The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning.
Morning.
See a lot more people here today. It makes us very, very happy. What would you prefer, having the meeting or listening to the music?
The music.
Me too. Like every time Mr. Harris gets up, we turn the music on. So, all in love, Bob, all in love.
Hey, we had great football teams in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Didn't the Catholics beat the...
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, we'll get this started. I'd like to call this meeting to order on this day, September 13th, here in the metropolis of Howey in the Hills, Florida, here at the Mission Inn. Starting here at 9:02. Ms. Hood, roll call, please. Present.
Present.
Maybe present.
Here.
Here. I'm here.
We got to watch out now since Mr. Williams is on that side.
I know.
He's balancing it out. Can we all rise for the pledge? Joey, would you like to lead us, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you all remain standing? Let's just do a 30-second moment of silence for 9/11. Thank you. Mr. Santoro, are you ready?
Morning, Commissioners and staff. Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Asmir Koraikish from Medical Prep Institute of Tampa Bay.
Nelda Webb, nursing consultant.
Beverly Bonaparte, nursing consultant.
Lisa Lombardo, South College.
Jim McCoy, South College.
Steve South, Chancellor, South College.
Brad Adams, South College.
Jay Stubblefield, South College.
Good morning, Kim Hall, South College.
Richard Zayden, FBI School of Nursing and Technology, Miami and Miramar.
Good morning, Christy Bordelon Consulting.
Lori Moran, Southern Technical College.
Reed Allison, also Southern Technical College.
Janie Bailey, Nexus University.
Good morning, Jessica Suito, Nexus University.
Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group.
Ann Bouchard, Cole Middleton Group.
Sean Etel, Cole Middleton Group.
Good morning, Ben Sedrin, Fortis College.
Good morning, Dr. Christina Echeverry with Webster University, Florida campuses.
Morning, Mark Meadows, Webster University.
Good morning, Dr. Kelly Krinkle, Florida National University.
Good morning, Bob Kessler, Universal Technical Institute.
Good morning, Dr. Dan Strauss, National University of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Alexander Koffler, Delgado and Poindexter.
Good morning, Candy Nguyen, Medway Academy.
Good morning, Dr. Daniel Richmond, Trinity Global College.
Good morning, Luis Barreto, Albizu University.
Good morning, Taloki DePoo, Albizu University.
Good morning, Domingo Alvarez with Alvarez and Mendoza, Certified Public Accountants.
Good morning, Tatiana Tuchinski, EDU Consultant Strategist.
Good morning, Audrey Kaplan, partner at Hogan, Marin, Babbo, and Rose.
Good morning, Renato Souza, Must University.
Good morning, Julia Corona, Southeastern College and FAPS Board member.
Good morning, Fabian Fernandez, Kaiser University, and proud FAPS board member.
Hi, good morning. Gustavo Trindade, Babson College.
Good morning, Alan Mortham, Executive Director, Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges.
Good morning, Damian Lopez, the Infamy Institute.
Jill Chase, the Infamy Institute.
Good morning, Stephen Horton, Director of Nursing at the Infamy Institute.
Good morning, Crystal Lopez, the Infamy Institute.
Good morning, Lisette Lopez, owner of the Infamy Institute.
Good morning, Stephen Aikela from Instituto Marangoni.
Good morning, Heather Morris from Instituto Marangoni.
Good morning, Dr. Melanie Bach, also Instituto Marangoni.
Pedro de Guzman, HCI College.
Good morning, Dr. Arlette Peterson, HCI College.
Mike Burkett, Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Martin Levert, Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Good morning, Guillermo Valdez, Dean of Nursing, Miami Regional University.
Good morning, Giselle Poveda, Miami Regional University Provost.
Good morning, Ofelia Sanchez, President of Miami Regional University.
Armando Fandino, Miami Regional University.
Pablo Perez, Advanced Science International College.
Dr. Pablo J. Perez, Director, ASI College.
Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti, Educational Consulting here with Arizona College of Nursing and Paris Flight Academy.
Morning, Nick Mansour, President, Arizona College of Nursing.
Good morning, Matthew Egan, Arizona College of Nursing.
Hi, good morning. My name is Catherine Garrido, and I'm with the Global Institute of Sport.
Good morning, Jackie Corcoran with Corcoran Partners.
Good morning, Linda Weldon with the FAPS Foundation, and if you don't know about us, stop out and pick up a brochure. Thanks.
Good morning, John Richards, Chairman and new owner of Boca Beauty Academy.
Good morning, my name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee, Florida, and today I'm representing a number of institutions I will not mention.
Good morning, my name is Brian Love, Professional Education Consultant, Florida Education Consultant.
Thank you, Mr. Santoro. Again, I want to welcome everybody. If you have a cell phone, please put it in the off position or quiet position or silent position or any other position so it doesn't make noise. We have a very healthy agenda in front of us today. We're still running hybrid, and I hope that ends soon. But some people love it. We don't. We like the people here. This way we get to see your face. Then there's interaction, and you guys get to, especially for the new schools, you get to know us. We get to know you during breaks and and after the meeting and also before the meeting. So let's have a good meeting today, and it's great to have staff back. They've worked so hard during this pandemic, and instead of just having one or two at the meetings, it's nice to have almost 2 rows of people back there. And I always forget to do this, so I'm going to do it at the beginning of the meeting. I would like to thank our sound guys over there. They do a terrific, you guys can smile, that's okay. They just do a terrific job. We've never had an issue with them. They're here, they set up, and I just want to thank y'all. So just in case I forget you, later, I already got you covered. Okay, Mr. Chair will entertain a motion to The July 27th, July 28th minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion by Lynn Mulheron,
Second.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We have reports. Mr. Ferguson, Executive Director report, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me introduce the staff that we have with us. Now, let me try it again. First of all, let me introduce the staff that we have with us today. We have Ms. Jenna Parton, who is out of the General Counsel's office and is General Counsel to this commission. Ms. Risa Rudolph, who is the Assistant Executive Director. We have with us today Joey Smith, Brandon Eldridge, Victor Sorey, Jason Bowman, Mike Santora, and Stephanie Lyon. My assistant is Ms. Susan Hood, who is the recording secretary for the commission. And for those of you who don't know me, and I think there's very few, I'm Sam Ferguson, Executive Director. I've been doing this just a couple of years. So I would like to say that if there's anything that you need to go back to the commission or that you need to send to the commission office, please send that in, mail it, any way that you choose to use UPS, FedEx, Postal Service, whatever. Send that to us. We have a method by which when it comes in the front door, we can log it in, it goes in the database. You give it to us down here with everything we have and everything we've got going, it may or may not make it back. I would ask you, though, if you have not met any of the staff at the break or whenever we're out and about, please introduce yourself, say hello. We like to know who you are, and hopefully you'd like to know who we are. The interaction really is very helpful for everyone. We're here to help, although we are a regulatory agency. We will help you in any way we can. Sometimes I tell staff they go above and beyond, but that's who we are. Very briefly, Mr. Chair, the first thing I think that we need to do is approve the excuse me. In front of you, you have the student protection accounting.
Chair will entertain a motion to accept the student protection fee report.
So moved to accept. And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Mrs. Bradley, second by Dr. Matos. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Also, Mr. Chair, keep it very brief. As you know, nursing has been an ongoing topic. We have recently started sending out as contingency, really with the idea that it would result in own sites. And so with that in mind, what I'm going to say to this commission right now, to the members, is all of the new schools that are nursing, we will absolutely, rather than approve and then do a visitation, we will make an effort to go for an own site prior to issuing a license. I have furnished, I think all the commissioners have, the listing of what we're going to be looking for, and I'll go into a little bit more detail, but the rationale for what we're doing is the fact that we find that in a couple of instances, schools have enrolled out-of-state students that they have no way to do a clinical. They have no way to get to Florida, and some of the schools have reached out, enrolled these students. The student is out there. There's nothing that really we can do to help them because they're not Florida students. They're out of state. The schools do not have the ability to reach out and do anything for those students other than to collect the tuition. We have received a number of, I'm going to call them inquiries, you can call them complaints, from state boards of nursing that includes concerns about students who enrolled in Florida schools that had information in their hand that may or may not be valid. There's been some legal action, as I have said before, taken against a couple of Florida schools from the FBI. There are continuing to be some investigations. The allegations include that some of our schools have issued fraudulent transcripts and even fraudulent diplomas, and we have seen them, as has the FBI. The schools are employing faculty whose credentials are from other schools that have been accused of having fraudulent transcripts and fraudulent diplomas. And most interesting, we've had some schools that have had more testers than they've had graduates. We're still trying to figure that one out. Also, what I've had staff, we have been, and we're still in the process of calling for clinicals. And we're finding some very interesting things. One, anecdotally, one that just I love is when we did Google search of a particular clinical that was listed on one of the schools, it turned out to be a borrow pit. Does anyone know what a borrow pit is? It's where you get dirt, fill dirt to fill in. That was the address of that particular clinical. We've had a couple that are abandoned buildings. We have talked to folk who say that they know nothing about any agreement that some of these schools show. We have names and places and times where they're saying that the individual who has signed that agreement for a clinical, they don't know who they are. They've never worked at that particular facility. They have no idea who that is that signed it. So you see where our concern is in terms of these nursing programs. And again, I will tell you that Florida has the lowest score in terms of NCLEX passage of any state in the United States, the lowest. That includes Hawaii. I think there's one little island somewhere in the Pacific that has a lower score. Samoa may have a lower pass rate. So that's why the staff in this commission is really looking hard at these nursing programs. Ms. Parton has been a stalwart in terms of putting stuff together on these particular institutions, and you will hear more about them as we go down the line. I will first of all tell you that I apologize to those institutions out there who have stellar nursing programs, and there are some. In fact, I will recognize here in the front row are two young ladies who are no longer in the business, but there are two young ladies sitting up here in the front that were instrumental in making sure that the particular institution they worked had very high NCLEX pass rates, and that's what we look for. I'm just sorry they're no longer involved in our sector. Although do not be surprised if you see one or two of these young ladies doing a visitation for this commission. They certainly know their business. All right, Mr. Chair, with that, one last thing I would like to say. There's a gentleman here, and I would be remiss if I did not mention Mark Anderson. We had some issues with what I affectionately call Dreamland Barbecue. It was DreamWorks out of California that turned into nothing but a nightmare for us. And Mark was very instrumental in assisting the commission. And I hope you don't mind me saying pro bono. And I think that's what it was, but he was very instrumental in assisting us with all of that that DreamWorks fiasco. And I appreciate it, Mark. I haven't really told you that, but I do appreciate it. And you can blame the gray hair on us. All right, Mr. Chair, that's all I have for today.
Can we just go back and cover a couple of things?
Certainly.
At the last meeting, I'm not going to repeat at this meeting, we went over the NCLEX examinations and how different sectors of education pick their students, which is totally different from ours. But since that meeting, CIE sent out 2 memos. Would you like to cover those 2 memos?
Well, I think let's not. I'm going to some of those will be on contingencies.
Okay.
And then also when we do our visitations, we'll be.
Okay, I just wanted to clear up the one about cutting off the online education.
Yes, sir. Some of the institutions, and without naming you, they know who they are, and of course we'll be dealing with it. But again, some of these institutions reached out nationwide. We have one institution, one that has 269 out-of-state nursing students that do not have the ability to do clinicals. They don't have the ability to get to Florida. They don't have the ability in those states that they are doing this distance learning with to the other states, and that was the Board of Nursing. Some of those states have called us asking. They are not going to recognize these students in those other states. The clinical people, the clinicals for these people, they're not going to be able to have clinicals. I have heard that we have at least one school that says, that's okay, we'll do clinicals in-house. Ladies and gentlemen, clinicals in-house does not do it. I'm getting to the age where I may need a nursing home, and I sure as heck don't want a nurse that did an in-house clinical. And I'm sure that a lot of you don't either. So those are the sorts of things that, we're looking at. There are core. Let me just say this. If you're going to do distance learning, you need to come through the commission, and we approve that distance learning. We have found even some of the accrediting agencies, ABHES is a good example, they have no idea. We found that one school, what ABHES, which is an accrediting agency, national accrediting agency, for those you don't know, what they had accredited these schools for and the catalog they had was entirely different than the catalog they submitted to this commission and the programs that supposedly we had approved for them. So ABHES didn't know anything about what they were approved for in Florida. They had a totally different catalog, everything. Now, I just can't believe that's a mistake or an oversight. Those are the sorts of things that we're going to be looking for and are looking for. And it's just, again, it's a shame that we have these nursing programs in Florida that are really good nursing programs that are getting painted by the same brush that some of these that we're looking at and the FBI is looking at. And the FBI has furnished us information. We had no idea about some of these schools. So, without going into more detail, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Legal counsel report?
I think Mr. Ferguson has covered pretty much everything I would have discussed, so no legal counsel report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Roman numeral 6A, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. The first one is South Florida College of Nursing, Doral. Is there anybody here? We have them online, or, yeah, we have them online. Please introduce yourself for the record, and good morning.
Good morning. This is South Florida College of Nursing. This is Dr. Henry Olivera, the Dean and the CEO. I want to apologize for not being physically present. I had a family emergency at the last minute. I usually like attending because I really do learn a lot from all.
Also present is David Fierro from South Florida College of Nursing. I am the administrator.
Okay, welcome. Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you want a motion or you want to discuss first, sir?
That depends. Go ahead, Ms.
I was just going to ask about, I noticed that we do have progress with the NCLEX score improving a bit. So I wanted to ask, what do you anticipate for the pending published scores for Q3?
Yes, absolutely. Q3, we did have one student go and sit for the boards, and he successfully passed it. So far, we have had, for the coming year that has passed, we have had a total now of a successful 6 total consecutive pass, and we are actually getting ready to prepare 3 more students to go and take the NCLEX and be successful.
Okay, so your quarter 3 is looking positive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quarter, we have one set for it and passed.
Okay, I like your remediation plan. Definitely keep sticking to that and making sure to follow through so that we can see those NCLEX scores continuing to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
We're working very hard.
Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have a question regarding just clarification on your pre-entrance exams. In your report, you list that you give cutoff scores for SAT, ACT, and HESI A2. Do students take all of those or a combination?
No, depending on what they're bringing in. Some students, they're entering the general ed, we're looking at if they have an SAT score or a specific tailored HESI. But when they're going into the nursing 4, we are giving them a HESI, a full HESI.
Okay, but to enter the program, what exactly do you require? Are they permitted to bring in any of these, or is there one or two that you actually require?
If they have, go ahead there.
They're required a high school equivalent, and if they have transferred college credits, we can take that in as long as it meets the high school equivalent standard and college credits from an accredited institution. The ACT and SAT is, if it's applicable, more so for incoming high school students, and we'll look into an ACT or an SAT score. We're looking at those composite scores.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to clarify is, do you have a pre-entrance exam that is required?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
And it's the HESI, the HESI A2.
Okay. All right.
If they have not completed sciences yet, the HESI A2 gets tailored for those standards. Once they're going into the nursing core, the HESI A2 will include some of the science.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Chair, will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Matos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Application for provisional licensure, items 1 through 4. The first school will be Global Institute of Sport Americas, LLC, Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, and I think we have some people from there, but this is a good example if we could get everyone to work with staff as well as these folks did, and they're from out of country. This was a very easy application. I think Jason would tell you that they were just easy to work with. Do we have some folk from Global back there somewhere? There we go. Come on up to the podium, introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Nice to see you other than in Zoom or whatever we were doing.
Hi, good morning. I'm Catherine Garrido. I'm the Regional Director for the Global Institute of Sports Americas. I'm based in Miami. Here with me today, I have Jackie Corcoran from Corcoran Partners, and I have Domingo Alvarez from Alvarez & Mendoza, CPA, also based in Miami. On the line, I do have the president of GIS based in the UK, Sharona Friedman. She's on the line, along with John Davies, our CFO, James McKeown, our COO. Sarah Tudor is our Director of Global Education and Experience. And then I also have Dennis Sprenkle, who should be on the line, who is the SVP from Human Resources based at Inter Miami, who's also in Miami.
Thank you, and welcome.
You have folk from Australia, England, and where else?
Yeah, James from Australia, Canada, UK. We're the mini United Nations in one institution.
You said you were out of Miami.
Yes, sir.
Where's the school located at?
School is based in Fort Lauderdale. It's based at the Inter Miami Stadium.
Mr. Chair, I have several questions.
Sure.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
And we are definitely talking about European football, not American football, right, for these programs?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
So what is your target market?
So our target market ranges from either those who have been professional athletes previously and who are now looking to lead in the world of either stadiums or lead in management in clubs. So it can range from across soccer, not just soccer, to baseball, to basketball, to football. And so we're looking at any retired athletes that want to move into leadership or management roles. We also have football coaching and analysis. And so that's looking at those that are going to be on the field training our future athletes.
Okay, and so you're planning to only offer graduate level programs, correct?
Currently, the Global Institute of Sport is the grad school that looks after the master's programs, yes.
Okay, so you won't be using the name of the university at all that you're affiliated with? You'll be using just the Global Institute name,
yes,
correct?
here in Florida, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for choosing Florida to start up. Are you planning a national expansion?
We hope so. There are certainly plans on the horizon to move into other states potentially. We wanted obviously to get Florida off the ground and make sure it's a huge success and attract. I think it's always easier to attract people to Florida. They like coming, they enjoy being here. It's a great all year round experience to be on the field or to be inside the classroom.
Sure, okay. Except sometimes during the humidity days like today.
Yes.
Today. But so will you have staff here, or will the staff be in the UK in terms of student advisement, those kinds of daily activities that might be needed?
So I'm based here permanently. I've been here in Florida for 12 years. In time, I will be recruiting a team of staff that will be helping me provide the day-to-day support for the students and ongoing. Right now, we have a student support system in the UK that can provide round-the-clock access if students need help and support, but they also have me for the time being.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because I know with the time zone difference, that could be very difficult. So a lot of it will fall upon you at first.
First, yes.
So, okay. One of the things that I noticed with I was reading through your online modality part of the package, the feedback from faculty, I think it said that there, could be, that on weekends that might not be the time frame that faculty would give feedback, and I just thought that was a little dicey because so many of the students are either working adults or have families to balance and so forth and may need to have feedback on a weekend.
Yes, so. and I think we will work with faculty. They will be here teaching the face-to-face when it's their classroom time, and I'm sure that faculty will provide certain hours of availability as we move forward, and the hope is that we will also employ faculty locally eventually.
Sure, yeah, okay, well that makes sense, great, okay. And the other question I had was on your budget, I noticed that there were a lot of zeros, so I wondered if you could explain that, because I know obviously you will have salaries, you will have supplies and capital expenditures, but it said zero in the budget. So.
Yes, so at the moment we are heavily supported by the UK, by our board of directors. They had earmarked a substantial amount of funding to get our US operation off the ground. Obviously we're moving into a stadium that's already pre-built, that has equipment that we can utilize as time moves forward, where we will have staff, we will have faculty, we will need equipment, all of those things the UK then will allow, and we will start to purchase things here in the US.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, and then Ms. Bradley?
No,
Ms. Bradley,
please.
Mr. Williams?
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I saw a line in the operating agreement regarding changes in location.
Okay.
Can you address that?
So right now we have a sublease. We've subleased for 15 years space at the Inter Miami Stadium. We will be utilizing that space for regular classroom time as the students come in. Those weeks are predetermined. In the event that we found that we needed another space for a particular reason, we would utilize either a local conference space or a hotel that's local. But for now, we will be using the stadium facilities, and that's agreed.
Okay, and the reason why I bring that up is that, of course, keeping the commission informed of any kind of intent to change location is very important. So you'll do that if and when, or if you need additional space.
Of course. That
you would let the commission know, see how it fits in. Okay. I also wanted to know about your admissions requirements. And I read through them. How do you propose to make sure that a Florida-raised American kid or parents or athlete can figure out what it is you're saying?
Okay.
Because it is completely different
Understood.
from what we know.
Understood. I feel very blessed that I've been here for 12 years, so I can at least understand both sides of the pond. Typically a 2.1 honors undergraduate bachelor's is a 3.0 GPA. So as I talk to and start to work with students as we start to recruit, I would be able to advise them on the terminology from both sides, and so they understand. It's a 3.0 GPA we would naturally be looking for admission into one of our master's programs.
Okay, I think that it's important that in all of your publications that you go ahead and include some type of a table or conversion table or whatever, because as I read through it more than once, I found it challenging. And so I know that, it would just make it a whole lot easier for everybody if you had it that way.
And thank you for that advice.
You're welcome. I also noticed that in some of your documents that you referenced job placement, but were not emphasizing it. Can you tell us how you plan to address job placement?
So right now, based on historical information, about 80%, I think 81% of our students in the past in the Global Institute of Sport who graduated have gone directly from graduation into employment within their field. And so obviously we have great connections with lots of stadiums and sports teams that are ready to take our graduates. About 90% are in full employment within 6 months of graduation. Mm-hmm. We work closely because we work with iconic stadiums around the world that we have these connections. They are looking for our graduates. So that's how we would best place them to build those relations.
Mm-hmm. Do you see some of the Florida students relocating elsewhere?
And maybe they may look to, they may want to spend a term in Wembley. They may want to go and work at Manchester City's stadium at Etihad. So I think there is lots of opportunities, and both ways. We are keen to see lots of students who are based in the UK would love to come to Florida, love to see the stadiums we have, based here. So I think there's going to be a lot of crossing the pond eventually.
Okay, and just another emphasis that in this area that licensed institutions do report hard numbers every year. So that's important that you keep that in mind as you work with your upcoming graduates, and that they all have a realistic expectation of what the future lies in regards to career services. The only contingency I have out of all of that is for the table, the conversion table.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can make your motion with that contingency, if you'd like.
Yes, I'd move to accept staff recommendation so far with this one added contingency.
Thank you, Mrs. Bradley.
Second.
Welcome.
I have a second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in further discussion.
Just a point of reference, Ms. Bradley, there is a table that actually speaks to the contact hours.
Good,
It's on page 1238 of the catalog.
wonderful,
Okay.
thank you.
They can expand on that, but you do have a table.
Is there any further discussion? Oh, yes, Mr. Williams.
Welcome to this side of the pond. Diplomas, whose name is going to be on it?
So the Global Institute of Sport is validated by the University of East London. So we do have a validating partner that regulates us.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you move closer to the mic?
I'm sorry.
That's perfect. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
So the question is, will it be University of East London or Global Institute of Sports, of Sport Americas LLC?
But both. The Global Institute of Sport is a college of the University of East London offering the sports master's programs.
I thought previously you said that for whatever reason, I forgot the question from the commissioner, that the University of East London was not going to be on certain materials.
I'm sorry, repeat that for me?
Did you say the University of East London wasn't going to be on certain materials previously?
Not on materials, no. The Global Institute of Sport is the college.
But the University of East London will be on all materials.
Is our validating partner on our degree diplomas. I'm sorry, is that what you're...
The name, the University of East London?
Yes.
That'll be on all materials provided to students?
Yes, they will be aware, yes.
Yes, it will be on all materials.
Yes.
And this is a new college for the University of East London.
It's an existing college in the UK. It's a new college in Florida. A new location in Florida.
So the one in UK is also called the Global Institute of Sport Americas?
No, just
Okay,
Global
so it's a
Institute
new
of Sport.
college?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first start up, do you anticipate more of the students to be coming from the UK, Africa, Greece, and elsewhere than directly from Florida?
No, from Florida in the US overall.
That is who you expect to make up a majority of your students
Yes,
when you first start?
yes,
And probably throughout, right?
of course.
And what about, are you loaning money to students? Are you providing any loans or financial assistance?
No.
You don't anticipate that right away?
Yes, that will be the case. We don't anticipate giving loans to students.
Okay. And in the placement, we agreed there's no placement or limited placement opportunities in the U.S. right now for European football or rugby or what have you.
For our graduates, most of the students will be looking for placements either at places like Inter Miami or Hard Rock Stadium or working with Dolphins or working with the Heat. They're looking for those kind of sports roles, either in leadership or as coaches.
So you're talking about transferable skills.
Absolutely.
And then there was one thing. You guys are going to be successful. You're going to be here 100 years. I know it. But just in case you aren't, somewhere in some of your materials, I saw something about if you weren't able to fully teach out, that you would try to liaison the student with other universities in London.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had to deal with that before?
I mean, we haven't yet, but we have a contingency backup plan that should we not be able to teach out in Florida, then we would teach out through the UK through either online or hybrid mode.
I kind of believe you're the only one in Florida, so I don't know where teach out would happen. But that contingency plan would involve other universities in London.
Yes, yes.
Do you have an agreement, a contingency agreement with those universities?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just make that a condition. And then finally, in one of the documents, 5.4, it's dealing with the transfer of funds, I guess, by and between the two institutions, GIS here and the University of London. There was an error message in the document. So you're fully transparent. I just didn't know what that error message meant. Okay. But that might be something we need to figure out as well.
Okay.
So I'll make that a second contingency. And then talking about money, so it's about what, $14,000 for the students to pay tuition?
The tuition? No, 29. The tuition is 29 for the sports directorship program and 19,950 for the 5 remaining master's programs.
99?
19,950.
Oh, okay. So since you're in Florida, I want to make sure the money stays in Florida.
Of course.
Is it? You say of course.
Yeah, the tuition will be paid into the institution, and then the funds will be held in Florida.
But you have to pay London, right?
So yes, part of that will go through to our main school in London, but the tuition will be looked after in Florida.
And did you submit a document that tells us what percentage or any costs? Because I heard you mention that right now you have zeros. I guess you're being funded by London. You got to pay that back, right?
Right.
So, I would like to see and make sure we keep track of what's going back and forth. You know what I don't want? Let me be clear. I don't want a zero bank account in the state of Florida.
Of course.
If a student needs to sue you, I want to make sure money is here for the student.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi.
Get my question in, one of these days.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Your program outlines.
Yes.
So if I were to follow your definition of a credit hour vis-a-vis your CAT's contact hour system, I think that you probably need to rework with staff your program outlines and the credit hours that are going to be awarded to students upon completing the program.
Okay.
Because it doesn't make, I understand that in the UK system, I'm familiar with it, that it would be 180, but I think in here it would be more like between 25 and 30 US or Carnegie equivalent credit hours. So if you don't mind, I'm going to add that as a contingency, that even though we are approving the program outlines at an average of 180 UA CAT hours, they need to be redefined, resubmitted, republished in the catalog, and then realign according to the definition of contact hours here.
Okay.
Okay? And the other question that I have is your faculty.
Okay.
Right now, you're listing faculty that primarily, sorry, my glasses. Right now, you're listing faculty that primarily is from Europe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you are teaching courses that in some cases, not all, but in some cases, it will be discussing regulations and laws in the United States. Am I correct with that assumption?
Yeah, there will be sporting regulations, yeah.
So are your courses, when you enroll students for your online modality, are you going to have students not only in the United States but also in Europe taking these courses?
Potentially, yes. The students can be from all over the world.
So how are you going to train your faculty to discuss different topics that refer to different business environments, organizational cultural environments, and even laws and regulations?
So laws and regulations, we are working with sports legal faculty who will be based in the US that will obviously feed into that program as well. And then we have our legal teams in the UK that have they understand the profession and the regulations surrounding the sporting world based in the UK. And we have a lot of our faculty have got European experience, so they come with a broad sense of experience and teaching.
Are you planning to recruit faculty from the US to teach your online courses as well?
Yes, we will be looking to recruit faculty in the US.
So I guess we will look forward then to getting an updated faculty roster when it's time for you to get your annual license. Although we do not require syllabi with the course objectives, my recommendation is to really work with your team so then when you are updating your course objectives, specifically when it comes to end of course student learning outcomes, that it really reflects then the environment of the United States. Okay? That's not a contingency, that's a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm done, sir.
Before I move on, Ms. Bradley and Ms. Mulheron, were you okay with Mr. Williams' earlier
Yes, sir.
contingency?
Yes.
Okay. I get to go now.
Mine with the program outlines is a contingency, by the way.
Oh, I thought those were recommendations.
No,
Are
we
you
need.
okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. So you have this university, right in London, that teaches this program. And you're going to be using those faculty to also teach the students here in the States.
Correct.
And you have this program there. Why are you starting a brand new corporation, a brand new school, instead of just adding an additional location here in the States?
I think we felt we wanted the opportunity to fully embed in the education system here in Florida and be part of, to bring to the economy. We wanted to grow as an institution. If this felt like the right way to go about it and to build on a good foundation.
Okay. And I assume your institution in London is accredited.
Correct.
Okay, here it's not accredited. Will you have any intentions of getting accredited?
Yes, certainly in the future. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Just be careful of the cross, since you are independent, make sure you have a strong agreement with the university that covers you, the teaching, and whatever other support services. Because I'm assuming you're using their platform for your online?
We have a platform, yes, that we use independently.
Okay. But is it part of theirs?
And it bolts onto their system.
Okay, okay. I would just go through a checklist and just make sure that you have every part of the school covered, okay, even though it might not be happening yet. Anticipate, so it is covered since you are heavily connected with the school in London.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Now, is this stadium right off of Commercial Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the stadium you're using right off of Commercial?
Yes, correct, sir.
Okay. That's right near my office, so.
Okay.
Well, he'll be over to see you.
Okay.
He'll be stopping in. You got to have a rugby ball.
No, I don't think it's the school issue. It's when they have games at night and you're trying to get home. Okay, with traffic. That's a whole different story.
Sorry.
Well, the best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you for being so helpful in getting all this done. It was very complicated given what we were doing.
Imagine.
They were stalwarts in terms
It's
of furnishing
exciting.
information. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now we got cricket in Fort Lauderdale, the cricket stadium.
Oh.
So that's fun. Now we
Have an
have
opportunity, go over to Kaiser University and see the Swedish team.
That's in West Palm Beach.
Okay, I'll go visit.
He's talking about our women's golf team.
Oh, okay.
So.
They recruit overseas too.
Hey. We had 3 national championships last year, so.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Several championships, as I remember.
And the Learfield Cup we won last year.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, the next school that's on our agenda is somebody who's been around this industry since before Moses, is South College, Mr. Stephen South. Come on up, gentlemen. And you too, Mr. McCoy.
And while they're coming up, let me say that you notice John is not present.
We told him to stay home.
Can everybody introduce yourselves for the record?
Yes, my name is Steve South. I'm Chancellor of South College in Knoxville and the other locations that we have in Atlanta, Nashville, Tennessee, Pittsburgh, and hopefully soon in Orlando.
This next one is the brains of the outfit.
Good morning. I'm Kim Hall. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advancement and Effectiveness with South College.
Hi, good morning. Brad Adams. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer at South College.
Good morning. I'm Jay Stubblefield, Chief Academic Officer, South College.
Good morning. I'm James McCoy, Campus President of South College in Orlando.
Mark Anderson with South College.
So Jimmy, does that mean you're moving back to Florida? Is that a yes? Yes. Oh, you live here now? Okay.
You were at Everest, is that?
Strayer.
Strayer.
Okay. Okay, it's good to see faces come back around again. Okay, let's get going.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. One was
Would you like
that...
to get a motion on?
Oh, yes, sure. Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron.
Second.
Second by Dr. Matos. We're in discussion. Go ahead.
Yes. I noticed that you mentioned there were clinical agreements that had been sent to the facility, so I'm assuming they are not fully executed agreements yet?
We have verbal agreements that we've conducted conversations with the clinical sites, and they've sent us actually their clinical agreement. We've signed it, returned it, and we're waiting for it to go through their legal process to get back the fully executed agreements. We have 2 for pediatrics already that's signed and returned, and we have all of the agreements that are out are for all the other areas, community, med-surg, OB, mental health, but we're just, and obviously I think COVID is affecting that somewhat in their return, but we are confident that we're going to have them. We're just waiting on there and trying not to bother them too much to get it signed and returned.
Okay, just make sure that we have a copy of those fully executed agreements. The other thing was around your online modality. You've been offering online for a decade, right?
We have.
So that's much longer than pre-COVID. So my question was around plagiarism safeguards. I noticed you had a great authentication system, but I just wondered, what sort of safeguards you had for plagiarism within, is it Canvas that you're using?
We use Canvas, and we also use Turnitin, so that we run papers through for plagiarism to see if that's an issue.
Okay, so the faculty are fully trained on that and use
absolutely.
that. Okay, great. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
I have a question for the CFO, COO.
Morning.
Morning. Your year end is coming up at the end of this month. Last year, your current ratio is less than 1 to 1. Do you see that changing for this year?
Yes, we're currently sitting at a favorable balance year to date through July. 39 million over 32 is what we're sitting. So we're currently favorable, and we should end the year in a favorable position as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Good morning. So, my question has to do with outcomes and your health science. You have a number of health science programs. What is the objective? What kind of employment opportunities are there for a health science graduate?
So the health science programs were designed in order for students who were, for the most part, wanting to grow and earn additional credentials. So we saw students who were taking prerequisite courses, for example, to get into the nursing program, or taking prerequisite courses to get into the pharmacy program. And so we designed those so that they actually earned a credential while they were doing those things. So most of our students, what we see is they take those courses, graduate, and apply to additional programs. So they may, if they get, let's say they do the AS in pre-nursing, they earn the associate degree, get admitted into the BSN program, then earn the degree as a bachelor's student. Same thing for pharmacy. They do the Associate of Health Science and complete all the prerequisites for pharmacy, earn the associate degree, then apply, get admitted to the pharmacy program. And the same thing goes for pre-PA, pre-PT. The reason those are bachelor's health science programs is because in order to be admitted to those programs, the student has to not only have the prerequisite courses, but they also have to have a bachelor's program, a bachelor's degree. So for students who do not, like I said, the vast majority are continuing on. But for students who also do those, if they are working, say, as a medical assistant that does not have a degree, or they're working as a pharmacy technician, they're working as a EMT, some of those professions, and they really want that degree. So it gives them a basic foundation in the health sciences to give them that degree that they may need to progress in their profession. So we see a lot of different, we have some students who go to work in labs, we have students who go to work as some basic health technicians, they go to work as in basic health care positions in hospitals. So, but again, the majority of them are wanting to continue their education. We're just trying to scaffold so that they can earn credentials and not just take 2 years worth of prerequisites to get into the nursing program and then decide maybe they don't want to be a nurse and then they don't have a credential to go with what they've earned.
Okay, so a student that graduates from the health science program that has 96.5 credits with an associate, that's a terminal degree.
They could go on to the BS in health science. And a lot of those students are looking to maybe apply to medical school. Some of our pharmacy students go that route as well because they want the additional sciences. So yes, they can continue on in the health science area.
Okay, I'm going to make an editorial comment here just to point out, which I'm sure everybody here can see, the pre-nursing, for example, since nursing is high on our watch list these days, and I know you have a long history of nursing.
We do.
In a lot of different places. So your students will have finished the associate in science in pre-nursing, and then they enter the nursing program.
Mm-hmm.
So that is unlike most of the nursing programs that we currently license here, where day one you start and you're in the nursing program. So this is a different setup, different organization. And I mean, I totally understand it. I'm just pointing that out, that sets you apart, which is why I also asked about employment opportunities, because yes, they're getting the credential, but regardless, and regardless of accreditation and what they look at and all that kind of thing, we owe the obligation to our students to work with them no matter where they wind up along the way. With an associate degree, they decide, my kids are too much on my plate right now with my children and my job and everything. So that even though the student may have started out saying, I want to be a nurse, that they may wind up with that degree, but they need to be able to get a job.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I wanted to make that comment. I know that one of the contingencies has looking for some clarity on your medical assisting specialist, nursing assistant articulated. Can you give us just a thumbnail sketch on what that program is?
So we are applying to the Board of Nursing for the nurse assistant, and so once that is approved, that's the contingency as well as with LPN and BSN. That's the same sort of process. That's the reason for the contingency, is to get Board of Nursing approval.
Okay, so then you're, in that program, the student will be, part of the outcome would be then being looked at by the Board of Nursing.
Yes.
As an approved nursing assistant.
Yes.
Program.
Yes.
By the Board of Nursing. It's a component of your MA articulated.
Yes.
So those students will have both.
They'll have both. Yes, they will graduate with both being able to earn a credential from MA as well as for nurse assistant.
So why do, and it's a diploma program, why combine those two? What was your thinking?
We're looking at length and students' ability to be eligible for Title IV, federal aid, those kinds of things, because the nurse assisting program is so short. For the most part, it would be ineligible. So if we have a history of our institution of trying to add on, those concentrations and those kinds of things to give students as much ability to earn credentials as possible. Mm-hmm. So we decided that we have the medical assisting associate degree, would have the medical assisting diploma program, and then have this combination for those students who want to add that potential credential.
I see. Now, kind of off track here. What Department of Ed region are you in?
Kansas City.
Okay, so you won't be in Region 4? Atlanta?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, just wondering about that, so let me make sure I don't have anything else. What about the theology? You have a theology?
We do at our main campus. We have a doctor in ministry and a master's of arts in ministry.
Okay, but that's not something you're going to do here. All right, and then that brings me to my final issue, which I think it's important for Florida students and Florida institutions when you are when you're in multi-states, different programs, like I just asked about theology. Mm-hmm. Well, you're not going to do that here. Many institutions that we license who are in other states will have a separate catalog for Florida, or the Florida programs are segregated, if that's the right word, in the sense that it's got to be crystal clear to the prospective student and their families about what you're doing here in Florida, and that, oh yes, you do these other things too, but you're not licensed to do those programs here.
Right, and in our catalog, we have an online catalog, and it's represented in two ways. So our programs are represented by school or department, and it's very clear for each program where we offer the program. And then we also have a separate section that is programs offered by location. So if a student clicked on, Orlando, it would only be the programs that are offered in Orlando. If they click on Knoxville, only the ones offered in Knoxville. So we do it both ways so that they can look at the overall school or department, or they can look at it by their location only.
Okay, because you want to make it easy for them so that they and their families.
Absolutely.
The buying committee understands everything.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am.
I have a question. At what point in time does a student get accepted into the nursing program itself?
For the LPN program, it would be immediately, as soon as the student starts, because it starts right into the major.
The bachelor's
bachelor's program. So it depends on transfer credits, obviously. If a student comes in and is awarded transfer credits for the prerequisites. But if for a student that's straight out of high school, has no college credit, the prerequisites are going to take them about 2 years to do that, about 8 quarters. And so then we start we start advising right away and tell them when they would be eligible to apply to the BSN major. And the BSN major is 6 quarters. It's 18 months. So we start working with them on their application, all of their, if they have immunizations, they have to have a background check, have to have a drug test, they have to take the TEAS exam in order to do that. So it's usually about 6 months out from when they would apply to that rotation. And we admit rotations every quarter. So when rotation's full, they wouldn't have to, wait long. But as long as they have the minimum expectations, they'll know 6 months prior to, and then they'll start their major for those 6 quarters.
So you're more on, for us, that would be a state college way of doing it.
Yes.
Instead
Yes.
of just putting them in, you wait the 2 years.
Yes.
Or around there, and then do they have to apply?
They do. They complete an application to the nursing major, and then, again, the advisor starts working with them to make sure they have everything submitted. And most of them will have courses right up to the time that they would be admitted into the major. So we have to get those last grades, and then they would start into the major.
If you have a student that goes through your pre-nursing program, and they're a high B student, but you still have a bunch of A students ahead of them, the A students will get the slots before the B students.
We do rank them, but fortunately, at all of our other campuses, our class sizes are large enough, has been awarded by the Board of Nursing, that for the most part, if they meet the prerequisites, they do everything they're supposed to do, pass the background check, the drug test, then they would get admitted into the major.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up with just something real quick? Matt,
of course.
Do you accept transfer students into your nursing program? So someone with an associate degree from any other Florida school?
What we would do is evaluate and make sure that they've met all of our prerequisites. And so we've tried to look at that and try to look at the design so that students would not have a lot more prerequisites to take. But we would do a course-by-course analysis, look at, of course, everything that goes along with transfer credit evaluation. And then if they may have 1 or 2 courses they might have to take, and they may have none. But yes, we would accept that. Students have to, we don't accept transfer credits in the major, except for, usually there might be one. If students had a nursing research course at another institution, we might evaluate that. But for the most part, in the major, they take the courses with us.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, is there any further discussion?
If I might, let's clarify one thing, follow up on your question. You're a SACS accredited
We are.
school, so in terms of those transfer, I'm assuming you're only talking about transfer from
Regionally
an
accredited.
accredited institution.
Accredited institutions, yes.
Not one of our FBI.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Welcome to Florida. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And did I not tell you that was the brains of the outfit?
Yes, you did.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, Mark, if you have an opportunity next week or two, how about give me a call?
Number 3 is Trinity Global College, Orlando.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron.
Second.
Second. Oh, you had the second.
No, I don't have a second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Bradley.
Sorry.
We are in discussion. Wow, half the place just emptied out. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Dr. Donnell Richmond, President of Trinity Global College.
Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Bud. My name is Dr. Carl Charlo, Vice President.
Welcome.
Excuse me, if you guys allow me, I would want to say thank you to Jason. You've been tremendous. My God, I don't know what to say about Jason. He's been very helpful. And also, Catherine. I never had a chance to meet Miss Catherine, but you've been a tremendous help throughout the process. Mrs. Hood, my phone call, thank you so much for what you've done. And the commissioners, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And I want to say one thing. I want to promise the commissioners that we are not one of the FBI school, and we will never be one of the FBI school.
That's good to know.
Okay.
Mr.
Questions?
Chair, yes, I just have something very quickly on your attendance for your online modality, just making sure that you're really clear up front with the students and the faculty on what that attendance is for each course. It really should be the same for each course, so there's no confusion. And so just make sure that's clarified.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Is that a contingency?
It's really more of a strong recommendation.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You have a strong recommendation.
Thank you.
Strongly
Dr.
encouraged.
Mathis.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you walk us through, can you walk us through the admissions process for a student who wishes to enter your nursing program?
All right, so with the admissions process, of course, we do a background check. We do require the T's. They have to score 70%.
Yeah, let's stop there for a moment.
What happened?
Stop there for a moment, if I may. If I am an applicant to your institution, okay, to explain to me how are you going to prepare me to take the TEAS exam?
The TEAS exam.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so normally what we'll do is just the applicant comes in, they'll fill out a form, they'll meet with an advisor. The advisor will work them through the application process. Then after the application is completed, we'll sit down, we'll do an interview face-to-face with that student.
With whom would I interview?
You'll interview with the advisor.
With the advisor?
With the advisor.
To enter the nursing program?
No, that's if the students, you'll get an interview with the advisor, then you'll get an interview with the dean, which is myself as well.
Okay. Dean of whom? Of
I mean,
what?
Deans of nursing.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yes, you interview with the dean. Then we want to make sure that the students actually well suited for our institutions, and as well as because some students are, in terms of T's, they're great test taker, but they may not be. I want to make sure the students are actually we're a good fit for both. The student is a good fit for our college, and we're a good fit for the students as well, because it's a two-way street. We want to make sure that we are a perfect match. We want to be sure that if we graduated 5 students, these 5 students will sit for the board. We do not want to send 1 student to the board. The 2 other 4 is not ready to go to the board.
So walk me again. So I'm going to fill out an application, and then I'm going to get interviewed. Do I get interviewed for the nursing program prior to taking the exam or after I take the exam?
So you'll take the exam first. You'll take the exam first, but you'll take the exam, the TEAS test, once you...
Do I take the exam on the same day that I come for the interview?
Please let him finish.
Do I take the exam on the same day that I go for the interview?
In terms of exam, whenever we mention exam or tests, people get test anxiety. We will normally just pretty much there to schedule a time in the day. Some folks will like to take the exam in the morning. Some folks like the exam in the afternoon. Some folks like to take it in the evening. So they'll schedule a time where it's best for them to take the exam.
So technically speaking, I go in then, and then I get interviewed, and then on that interview, then you schedule me to return to take the exam, right?
Yes.
Okay, carry on, please. Okay.
Okay. Once you take the exam, the student has an accepted score, then we'll actually meet with that student. If the student does not have an accepting score, we will provide the student with resources or where the students can go to get remediate, so that students can return to take the TEAS test.
And how long between attempting to take the exam the first time and returning to retake it, how much time would it lapse?
Normally 30 days, students can return to take the exam, but it's up to the students as well. Some students may feel that they need more preparations than 30 days.
And what happens if I come back and take the exam a second time and I don't pass it?
We will sit with the students and to see if we can add additional resources to support that students. Then, there's a times as in, I also say there's also what we call ability and capability.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes that probably would be a red flag if the students have a basic test that can't perform. That doesn't mean they probably will not do well doing the nursing courses, but that's second time, third times, that's probably will be a red flag.
Okay. A red flag is defined as what? As I need to retake it. How many times can I retake the exam if I want to enter your institution?
This exam, you can retake it as many times, but for us, after the second and third times, we will probably have a talk with that students.
Okay. Does the talk mean that you're going to tell me that I cannot come to the program?
No. The talk with this, we'll probably look at do like a SWOT analysis, see what the student's good at, see what the student's weaknesses are, so on and so on. Sometimes it's not what we call perfect timing. Sometimes the students may have so much going on that they can't concentrate on the exam.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of timing, we're probably going to maybe talk about the students, whether the timing is right for them to start the program.
Thank you for sharing all of that with me. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But I think I'm going to add a contingency to your story. Is that okay? Typically, in a nursing program, what you're telling me is that students really, you're not going to have any kind of statistics on, denials for your program, which actually you started your statement saying that capability and ability are going to be very important to you. So I'm going to kind of paraphrase what you're saying. But you're not putting some start and stop in your program, you're actually going to hurt in the end. You may have a lot of students coming into the program, but as you progress, it's not going to be able to. So I'm going to add a contingency to revisit your admissions requirements. Even though T's are going to be okay, obviously you don't have any process in your catalog of remediation. You don't have any process of your catalog on how many times the student can take the course, nor do you explain exactly what you just told me, the process of admissions and when it's going to happen. My recommendation is that students take the exam first, and then based on the score, then they meet and they interview with your dean of nursing, not prior to kind of like ease them into taking the exam. Although I'm okay with the 30-day wait time to retake the exam, typically you should have a limit on the number of attempts to take the exam. If you don't do that, you are going to fall, into some of the discussions that we're having this morning as far as, schools not performing to the level that it needs to be. So I don't know, I'm going to put that to all of you, my colleagues.
What part of that is the contingency?
Yeah, I'm going to put it to all of you, and it's up to you to discuss or put it as a contingency.
I'd like to make a recommendation to the commissioners. The school has 3 nursing programs that they're proposing to start. Looking at their financial resources and looking at their balance sheet, they just have cash and that's it. They do not have equipment, and based on the amount of cash on hand, that's not enough money to start three nursing programs. So I would like to ask the gentleman to start one first, do that one right, and then build on the other ones. I would suggest start with practical nursing and then move up to the RN before you get into the bachelor degree granting. This way you can build up your resources, you can build up your labs, and you have the stronger your foundation is, the more that you can build on top of it. If you start 3 programs and you don't have the resources or the space, okay, that foundation will crumble. I mean, I would like to see you here 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Well, I really don't want to be here 10 years from now, but we can come back to you. Why don't you guys talk it over and to see which program that you do want to start with. I mean, that's just my opinion.
I concur.
Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, and also if I might add to that, if you look at the faculty listing, doctor is it's not medical. I think, in fact, you're a very well-respected professor in business, not as a physician. And I think, that that RN BSN program is going to require a little bit more than what you have in terms of faculty. But I think Mr. Cressida is exactly right. We want you to be successful, and we haven't really seen a school that wants to go in this direction with all three be very successful.
Very good. For the record, I also have a bachelor's degree in nursing, a master's degree in nursing.
Yes, sir. I understand that. I understand. Understand me when I say that if you think about the requirements, RN, BSN really ought to be a PhD in nursing, or, God help us, a physician. Probably a PhD in nursing is probably a better credential for teaching nursing, but I mean, the point is that we want you to be successful.
Yes.
We want to help you.
Yes.
And as I said, you're a well-respected professor. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, and we did have this discussions regarding if we had to pick one program out of three programs, we probably would go for the associate in nursing, if that's okay. If we had to choose.
Well, my concern is even for the associate's degree in nursing, for the amount of money you have, you do not have the resources to start a strong associate's degree in nursing. So, like, if you start the practical nursing and start building on that, building your reserves, buying the equipment, because I checked your financials just to see if you had nursing equipment, labs already set up, and you don't, and that kind of spooked me a little bit. And, you start small.
Yes.
I mean, and before you know it, it's going to be next September, and you could be back here and say, hey, I want the nursing program now, okay? This is the equipment I have, okay? And these are the financial resources I have, okay? And then we would say, yeah, we agree with you, okay? But right now, we can't agree with you, and instead of pushing for all three and getting a denial, okay, I would go for the one program, do that, fantastic, and you might be able to do it in 6 to 8 months, or it might be 2 years, but at least you're doing it the right way so you don't become one of those FBI schools.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So if you want to make a decision now, or you want to talk about it, but the only really choice you have is the practical nursing.
We'll go with the LPN.
As far as the competency program is concerned, I don't know, Mr. Presido, would they be okay perhaps even offering the RN to BSN, because that doesn't have any?
No, because that's the next level at the bachelor's degree.
Okay. And I concur. And even with a practical nursing program, you still can get your equipment, but it's not going to be, first of all, it's not going to be a major financial hit, because LPN doesn't require that high level of simulation. But at the same time, you can introduce equipment that will allow you to get into that practice of developing policies and procedures, and also curricula for simulation. It's a good transition.
Yes, I agree.
So you're electing at the podium to change your submission to practical nursing only?
Yes.
Okay.
And the same.
Ms. Mulheron, you okay with that?
Yes, sir. I'll rescind my motion and replace it with, to move with staff recommendation, but only to include the practical nursing program.
Ms. Bradley?
Right, I have
Second on this.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Castillo, the same contingency for the admissions requirements would apply to the LPN.
But if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So I had a couple of things, and keeping in mind what we just talked about. Right now, you have 2 clinical sites. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. We do have some applications out, and we have signed agreement. We're waiting. Just pretty much the same process. Due to COVID, the process is slow getting.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and where are you with the Board of Nursing? Have you submitted to them yet?
Normally, with Board of Nursing, we would have to get approval from CIE first before we submit. I spoke to the young lady that's in charge of the application process. We have to get approval from CIE before we can move forward with the applications.
Okay, and as you're doing that, I would make sure that, they'll be probably working with you on the clinical sites as far as what they will allow, so you just have to keep pushing on
Yes.
that. Because they may or may not, they will comment on those and whether they think that what you're proposing is sufficient. Then on pages 5 and 6, and I don't know if this is in the ASN or if it's in the PN, but I know it applies to both programs, is that you're speaking of core, didactic portions of the core, and in PN, really, it's pretty much all core. Maybe anatomy can count as a gen ed per se. That's debatable, but you speak of teaching parts of the core program online, and that is not consistent with what this commission has been working with, that in any part of the core program, whether it's didactic or lab, clinical, it's done at the school or at the site.
So, if I may say, the only classes that listed for online, it's class does not require any kind of hands-on.
Well, this commission has been consistent on all nursing programs being permitted to teach only the gen eds online. Everything else is on ground.
For the
Now you can use, certainly you can use enhancements and different online experiences within your program, but that's been what we have been advocating and insisting on as we approve programs.
For the PN program, it's only the prereq it's only the general ed that's listed.
Please work with Jason so that we are consistent in our practices, that we have looked at only the gen eds being done online. All right, and then I had, you mentioned about the 50-mile radius on the clinicals.
Yes, all of them is within.
Now, the way I read it, you're talking about 50 miles from where the student lives, but it's our practice that 50-mile radius is from your location, from where the institution is, because otherwise you'd be having lots of discussions with students on individual mileages from their school to from their home to the clinical site. So it's 50 miles from your address at the school.
Okay.
So that'll make it easier for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I believe one other thing, and then this ties into what Mr. Cressito said and Dr. Matos about withdrawals, that in your budget, and so since you're going to be looking at PN only at this point, in my experience, it appears as though you're underestimating the number of withdrawals. And we all have withdrawals, we all have drop students, but please be realistic with that situation, because they don't all make it all the way through.
I've been to the programs. I started as a CNA, LPN, RN, MSN, so I understood this. You normally start a class with 26, end up with 12.
Yeah, okay. All right, that was it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there any further discussion? And just for Ms. Mulhern and Nancy Bradley,
Yes, sir.
Motto's contingency. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you at the next meeting. Number 4, Universal Technical Institute, South Florida. Miramar.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that.
and I got a second by Dr. Matos. And we have a gentleman at the podium. Introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bob Kessler. I'm the campus president for UTI, Universal Technical Institute, up in Pennsylvania. I'm also the regional vice president of operations servicing our campuses here on the East Coast, with the exception of our Orlando campus.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We need a motion.
Now, we have a motion and we have a second. We're looking for a discussion, if any.
Oh, I think I have one.
Okay.
Now, UTI is a very large organization, and they have in the past attempted to explain to Florida how we need to run the commission, and I think I had a conversation with Ms. Campbell when you get back. I'm glad to see that you're here. You represent several different states, do you not?
That is correct.
Okay. You might want to take a look at our statute and rules and have Ms. Campbell take a look at our statute and rules. That's how we do it in Florida.
Okay.
We don't eat New York salsa.
I'm sorry?
We don't eat New York salsa.
All right.
Or California avocados.
All right. Did I mention Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's a pretty good state, but in any way, if I've had conversation with some of your
I understand.
your folk.
I understand.
So, okay, I think you probably do.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you be working in Florida?
I will be. I will be the regional vice president of operations for this campus. We will hire a campus president in the coming months.
Okay, so you don't have a campus president yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So, since you're regional, you can probably answer this. How do the different campuses, and I'm going to say Florida campuses, how will they work with each other on program elements, faculty, syllabi, curriculum, student services?
So let me share this first. Our curriculum, our training plans all originate from our home office in Arizona for our 12, soon to be 14 campuses across the country. Here in Florida, we have a campus that we have operated the better part of 16, 17 years in Orlando. We will have our own staff down in Miramar. We'll have our own trainers, our own instructors, but we will share resources with our home office out of Arizona. I don't anticipate a lot of sharing of resources from our Orlando campus, but certainly from our home office in Arizona.
All right. Now, some portions of your program are online, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where are the faculty?
All on site. So our program is a very intense hands-on, on-site, supported by online learning.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at, where the faculty teaching the online portions, where are they?
They are in Miami, Miramar.
They're going to be in Miami. So that it's all, they're not mixing with students from other states? No. So they'll all be self-contained in Miami?
That is correct.
Everything?
I'm sorry?
Everything?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and are the programs structured the same for the two Florida campuses? Are you going to be teaching the same things?
Yes. Interesting to note that our Miramar campus will have welding. Our Orlando campus does not. Okay. Other than that, it's the same curriculum, the same program.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for support and your assistance. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take the 10 o'clock break now. Thanks.
And we can talk later, but do one.
Come sit on camera with me.
Okay, moving on, we're at Section C, application for annual license. We have an addition, I believe we have two additions. One addition will be Fortis College, will be item number 7. And then we're taking out of the correct me if I'm wrong, we're taking out of substantive change, it's item number 10, and that's what, Southern Tech? Okay, Southern Technical, and that will be number 8, part of this section, correct?
Just adding it to the bottom of number 4.
Okay, so the added to the last one at number 4. Okay, I didn't,
Also, there are 2 add-ons for Fortis. It is for Orange Park and Pensacola.
okay, I didn't realize, okay. Fortis, and that will be, that will go to, under the same section for Fortis, no, this is Fortis. So we're adding, we added number 7. So this will be 8 and 9. Number 8. Okay. Well, okay, we could go ahead and take this in consent.
Move to consent?
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that, sir.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Mulheron, would you like to pull any?
Yes, sir. Number 3.
Okay. Dr. Matos?
I have none, sir.
Dr. Kitchens? None. Ms. Bradley?
Yes, sir, I have. This is application for annual.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right, I have number 1 and 2,
Good.
Okay.
number 5,
Okay.
and you said, and I was, okay, and I think that's it.
That's it?
And where did we move Southern from? From sub-change.
Right.
Okay, let me go down there just to make sure. Number 10 under substitution. Okay. I was fine. Okay, no,
Okay.
I'm finished, yes.
Mr. Williams?
None, sir.
Okay, for approval,
Number 5, wait a minute. Huh? Okay.
okay, for approval, we have items 4, 6, 7, and 8. Is that correct?
Yes. Move to accept staff recommendations for those items?
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron. I'm sorry, Bob.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is number 8, Southern Technical College, the substantive change? If that is, okay. If it's part of 4, we did have a question about the substantive change one.
So 4F,
4F.
it's our new 4F.
We're not,
And that would be our number 8. Oh,
For
no, because
F.
we have,
It was, yeah, it was moved from substantive change.
Okay, I know, but we had one question about 4A through E is fine, but question about 4F.
Well, that's not,
That's 7.
okay, so we'll pull 4.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
because that one got put under 4. So we'll go ahead and pull 4. Ms. Mahone, can you rescind your motion, please?
Yes, so move to accept staff recommendations to
Okay,
include all the ones I mentioned except for 4.
except for 4, 6, 7, and 8. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Matos. For approval, we are going for 6, 7, and 8. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay. Number 1, Aspen University, Tampa. Is that right? Yes.
Move to accept, move to accept staff recommendation.
We have Ms. Bradley,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Mr. Chair, I asked to pull that one, and I would like to ask the institution, is there anyone here?
You're online.
Yes,
Okay.
actually, I'm online.
Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Certainly, Dr. Joanne Weiss, Provost and Senior Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness.
Welcome.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, good morning. I'm also on the line, Shannon Stern, Chief Financial Officer for Aspen University.
Yes, good morning. What I would like to ask of you is, again, because of, and I'm sure you've been listening to the prior discussion and also from prior meetings regarding institutions that are located in various different states and offer different programs at different states and even different accreditors in different states and so forth and so on, that if you would, I know I see Florida mentioned various places throughout the catalog, but if you could make sure to emphasize Florida or organize your catalog in such a way that your Florida programs, faculty, and so forth are all in one spot, that would be very helpful to our students. I see how you do have things organized, but like, for example, when you're going through faculty, you have to go through pages and pages of people to find the ones that you want to look for our schools or for our state. So I would ask that you do that and work with your program specialists to make it happen.
We can certainly do that, Ms. Bradley, no problem.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2. Number 2. Nursing Bridges Institute, Pensacola, Florida.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Bradley,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheron. We're in discussion.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mark Murray, legal counsel for Nursing Bridges Institute. I think the owners were logging in.
Well, I was just relatively simple question for you.
I'll listen to, I was just retained. I don't have any knowledge really much, except I know they have a 100% passage rate right now, but I don't have any. I literally just retained and did not want to leave this podium empty when you called their name.
Okay, well, here's the question, and
Are they
maybe,
online?
and perhaps they can,
Guess.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Guess.
well, guess. And I'm sure you can probably guess pretty well. There was a discrepancy in the number of testers. There was an error. The school contends that because they offer a remediation prep type program, that perhaps two of their clients had put in the wrong NCLEX code, and they were not their students. And I guess someone, I think one of our staff, Brady, I believe Brady Lyon, caught the error. And so my question is, and he mentions this in a memo to the school, has this been corrected, and has the record produced by the Board of Nursing been updated to reflect what it should?
And I am familiar with that. We did discuss that issue, that she had a miscode, and
Yeah.
she was asking, what do we need to do to take care of that? And I explained it, and we're in the process of doing it. So I've already reached out to Sherry, but I haven't heard back.
And so,
let them
yeah,
know.
to staff at the Board of Nursing, and they'll get to the bottom of it, because I know those things happen from time to time.
Yes, we'll get the report amended right away.
Okay, all right. That was it. And when it is, can you please send a copy to the commission?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. That was it.
Okay, let's talk about clinicals and numbers of students that have been sent to clinicals. Do you happen to know what their current enrollment is?
I do not.
Can we find out what the current
I
enrollment?
certainly can.
Nobody on the line? And I don't know where they're really doing their clinicals. One clinical said they had 8 students that started, and they haven't seen them since. One, I think it's Healthmark Regional. I'd like to know who they've talked to there that they have established a clinical with. But also, Mr. Murray, they bring students in. I personally was told that they had to make arrangements at a hotel to house, I believe it was 18 students. And then then I think Brady was told that they didn't bring students in. So I'm really not sure exactly what they are doing over there in Pensacola. They have a very small location. Have you been, do you know where they are there?
No, I haven't been there. No, not yet.
I'm not sure what their square footage is, but it's not very large. They do have 3, they do have, I believe it's 3 beds and some mannequins. But if they're talking about trying to do clinicals in that location, there's no way.
Okay.
There's just no way. And classes, I'm wondering how they're doing their classes, where the students are getting classes. Are they bringing them into Pensacola from out of state? Are those Florida residents that they have that are current students? There's just quite a few questions, and if you look at the summary sheet, there's quite a few contingencies that we're asking for there in terms of the staff recommendation. I think what would best be served is that if we would extend this provisional license and give them through November, if that's sufficient, or January, if you'd prefer, up to you. You tell us, November or January commission meeting, come back with answering these contingencies or with whatever is needed on these contingencies. And also with a number of students, how they're doing the students, where the students are coming from, are they out of state? I mean, we don't know. So up to you. You tell me, November, January, and we'll continue the provisional license.
Yeah, let's do November. I'll get to work and we'll get this all tracked down for you guys.
I know you're pretty good at chasing them down, Mr. Murray, so I do appreciate that.
Full-time job.
Okay, well, then my recommendation is that we extend the provisional license to November 30th to allow the institution time to answer some of these questions and tell us what's going on.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Ferguson, I concur with you, and we've all read all these contingencies, which is quite extensive and I think good for the commission to have clarity on a lot of this. And I know on item number 3, I'll just make this comment now because I think it's really important for everyone who's received these contingencies. We're asking for the updated personnel forms for all current faculty and all the owners, directors, and administrators. In my experience, the director of nursing is like the most important person in the program, and to make sure that we have all of that. So as we say directors, well, especially director of nursing and any associate directors or whatever, that's a part of it, so.
One more thing, Mr. Murray, if I might. They show 5 clinicals, but we only find that 3 may be active. So one of those contingencies asks for a matrix of the clinicals. Okay. So we'd like to have a update on those. If you show 5, but we can only find 3 that can identify who and where Bridges is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, so there's no action that needs to be done on those.
We're going to move provisional
Right.
license to November 30th.
Right. I'm talking, there's no vote needed.
Do we have a motion in a second? Maybe we need to resend that?
Well, we're moving to extend the provisional
Yeah.
to November.
We have a motion and a second. Do we
Right.
need to take any further action? Do we need to rescind it?
No, just any discussion.
Because that's the recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
We vote on it.
Right.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, Riggs College of Allied Health, Longwood. If you're from Riggs, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, my name is Dr. Oladimeji Adekunle. I'm the president of Riggs College. So, and representing the school is by my attorney, Mr. Harris, Bob Harris.
Okay.
Yeah, for the record, Bob Harris on behalf of Riggs College. Dr. Yemi, make sure you speak up loudly, okay, when asked any questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cressito, can we have discussion before motion? Thank you. Yes, good morning. Do you have any students currently?
Yes, ma'am.
You do. How many do you have?
The total student we have in the school right now is about, I'm not precise because I'm not in the school location. I'm homesick. I think it's about 36 students in all.
About 6, okay, because we
About
didn't.
36.
36.
Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I'm not in the school.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because the data that we have says you have 0 enrollment, so you do have students, okay. I was concerned was we have a lot of follow-up items. I didn't know if we were really ready for the annual without students, but you do have students. But we're showing 0 net equity, we're showing low working capital, and just a lot of follow-up items. I just was concerned. But it's good to hear that you do have some students. And we do have an on-site scheduled, so that's good. So, I don't know, I'd like to hear the other commissioners' opinion, because this is a lot of follow-up items that we need. So should we extend the provisional until November? Given that these are nursing programs once again.
Mr. Chair, can I comment on that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Harris.
Okay. The staff recommendation, Ms. Mulheron, is to grant the annual license. The list of contingencies 1 through 11 are the same contingencies being asked of all nursing programs, all of them. It's not specific. I received an email on Tuesday night from one of the program specialists that confirmed that the same contingencies were being requested of all programs. So I'm not sure this program is any different than any other nursing program. I can tell you that they've had the 2 nursing programs. One was approved in February of 20, one in March of 1920. And so, again, they're relatively new programs. But again, and a lot of the information that's, because they're so new, a lot of the information being requested in 1 through 11 are things that they submitted in order to receive their initial license.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they have no problem updating that. But again, a lot of this information is already submitted. They're brand new. It's not like they've been in existence. They don't have any testers or any graduates, those kinds of things. So,
Right.
again,
right.
providing updated information is not a problem. That's fine. Commission needs those things. I do have a question about number 10 on that list. It says submission of documentation that demonstrates the facilities are adequate for the number of students currently enrolled. We've had conversations about this, and I have the same concern. If you've got a 1,250 square foot building and you've got 50 students, I don't know how you're going to do that. But I'm not a nursing expert, but I don't know who will determine, quote unquote, what is adequate. As Ms. Parton knows, anytime you put a licensure requirement on adequate, you have to have established standards and criteria for what that means. And unfortunately, with these contingencies, who's going to make the decision about what is adequate? So if they said they had 10,000 square feet and they have 50 students, I guess anyone could assume that that's enough. But I don't know who's going to make that decision. So what's concerning me about this list here is, again, it's the same list every nursing school has received, is who's going to make that determination, what's adequate, who's going to make the determination whether after the on-site, whether those deficiencies are corrected, and how long is that going to take? Because as long as it takes, they're not be able to have their annual license, and they cannot proceed to the next step. As you all know, every nursing school is under a 5-year gun. Programmatic accreditation, institutional accreditation within 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so any delays getting to the annual license stops them from going forward on their accreditation process and programmatic accreditation.
I understand, okay.
All right, if I might interject, I think probably to answer that particular question, I don't necessarily disagree. We'd have to define adequate. But also, there's a lot of other issues with this. I mean, as you said, they've been licensed since 20, seen no graduates or no one that has taken the NCLEX. We have a list, a matrix of clinicals, and quite honestly, one of them is 210 miles away. We are in the process of looking at the clinicals, and I certainly hope he has a signed agreement with every one of those clinicals, and I certainly hope that those clinical sites know who Riggs is, because right now the recommendation is going to change, and I'm going to recommend that we do a provisional license through November 30 in order that we can get some of these questions answered. Adequate facility aside, we'll send someone down there immediately. In fact, if I've got to put myself or Joey or somebody on the road, we'll do that and take a look at adequate facilities, because what we're finding is 500 square feet is not conducive to a nursing program. I think the Board of Nursing at one point, irrespective, at one point the nursing board actually had a square footage requirement for nursing programs. Be happy to see if they have that, and we could revise that for this commission if necessary. But there's just a lot of questions on a lot of nursing programs, and this may be one of the finest out there, but without any NCLEX scores, without knowing for sure that we have all the clinicals necessary, and that he has actual agreements with those clinicals, and there is a whole list of them there. I don't feel comfortable recommending more than November 30 and to extend the provisional license. Certainly not going to hurt him in terms of applying for accreditation, which since he's been there since 20, I would hope he's already done. He really, CNCE or anyone else without an NCLEX score, I doubt very seriously that we're going to prohibit him from applying for that unless one of the commissioners knows something I don't.
May I comment that, Mr. Ferguson? Thank you so much. Bob, may I ask a couple of questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
The institution, is the institution in the process of seeking institutional accreditation at this point?
I assume they are. They've been around for a year. That's generally the process. But Dr. Yemi, could you answer that question?
Yes, we currently seeking accreditation. Currently, we submitted all the necessary. We started writing all the necessary documentation, and definitely we are waiting to get our full license before we can move forward with CICS to get a full, to get them to inspect the school.
Let me rephrase my question. Maybe you can help me understand where you are. Which accrediting agency are you in the process of seeking institutional accreditation with?
ACICS.
Okay, let me stop there for a moment. So ACICS is right.
Okay,
So let me stop there, and then let me just support Mr. Ferguson's recommendation to extend the provisional license.
Yeah, let's
maybe.
just stick with what's in front of us.
Yeah.
And not go beyond that.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Chair, the reason why I asked that question is because I wanted to see if they were in the process and they were really deep into the process
No, I
of
understand.
accreditation. Obviously, it affects the license, right? But
Based on that answer, I
That is
would say
correct.
let's just stick with what's in front of us.
I totally concur.
So,
Let me comment really quickly on the recommendation. At the bottom of each of these is the same language, which says, the executive director shall issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. In other words, nothing's going to happen until all these contingencies are fulfilled anyway, including providing all this information. So what we're saying is there's no reason to come back in November because they're not going to get anything until they meet all these contingencies. That's clear, and I understand that. They should not get their annual license until all this information is provided to the satisfaction of the staff and this commission. That's not the point. I don't think there's reason to extend it. They just don't get their annual until they meet all these contingencies. And I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it by November. If they can, great.
well, they just started classes January of 2021.
Right.
I think that's what that says. And they're not gonna, the first class of students began on 1/26/21.
Right.
So, we're not gonna have any placement for a while or listing of graduates for a while, but
And technically, they cannot begin accreditation process until probably a year from having their first cohort anyhow.
yeah, but I'll leave it up to Mr. Ferguson because then the decision comes to him when he sees which contingencies are being met and which ones are not being met.
Yeah.
So I think as a commission, we'll leave it up to his decision.
Yeah, and if you all want to see it again, then I understand that. Come back in November. But if you trust Mr. Ferguson and the staff, then there's no reason to bring us back. Just they will not get their annual until the staff is convinced.
And that's been common practice for a
Right.
long time.
It has
Mr.
been.
Williams?
I do trust Mr. Ferguson and his staff.
I do too. Is this going to be a deposition question?
It might, I don't know, but you're more than up to the task. You know, one of the issues, I don't work for a school, not a nurse or anything of that nature, but, you know, when I look at facilities and the equipment and what has to be in the space, library, break room, what have you, and I look at the rotation of students, I think when we look at the adequacy of the space is, you know, in my mind as a commissioner, I look at whether each and every student can have the full benefit of the educational outcome of the space, whether it's the library, whether it's a mannequin, a computer study area. So, you know, one thing that would help me, and this is not necessarily to your client because you might not know the answer, is when I see 36 students in 1,500, 500, whatever the square footage is having an understanding as to the rotation of students, because otherwise I'm going to sit there and think I have 36 lives stuck in 500 or 1,500 square feet trying to fight over one mannequin or two mannequin, and how adequate is that educational outcome. So that's what, when I look at the adequacy, that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, let me comment on that, and let me just say this too, because I don't want it to be perceived anything different. What Mr. Ferguson and the staff are going through the nursing schools, I fully understand. We got to put an end to this stuff. I'm not going to support in any way people who are ripping this off. I'm not going to. But my view is, I guess I look at it from a legal point of view, is before you go forward, we're talking about adequacy and all that, let's sit down with the best minds in nursing. And I don't have it. I'm just a lawyer. I don't know anything. But the best minds in nursing that we have figure out what that adequate space is. I'll give you an example. Just looking at the amount of money they got in their checking account. Those mannequins cost $100,000 a piece. So their assets should be $100,000 if they have one, unless it's on loan or something. But the bottom line is I have no problem with imposing whatever the requirements are. And part of the reason is that I'm responsible for this. Back in 2009, as Mr. Ferguson knows, I helped very greatly getting the laws changed so that we could have more nursing programs because of what the Board of Nursing was doing against private nursing programs. I stand by that. But part of what happened in 2009 is where we are today. I hold responsibility for that. But the bottom line is, once a judgment is made about whether facilities are adequate and the amount of money is adequate, once you've asked the best experts in the world that we have here in Florida, and we have several, what should that nursing program should look like? What should the facilities look like? What should the minimum cash that they have and available resources? Then you can make that decision. But until then, when you talk about what's adequate of this, it's just the judgment should be, to me, you need to have rules and other things in place first so that the people can't come later on and question you. It is what it is. We're going to have the finest nursing programs in the state and the best minds in the state to put those together, and let's use those. So that's my view.
Let me just make a comment, Mr. Harris. You know, when you look at I believe I'm not on that screen, but I think there's 10 or 11 items. I think 9 or 10 can be taken care of. The only thing is the listing of graduates. So that becomes subjective by, you know, the executive director. The other items coming in can be taken care of. But with this school, for example, they have $125,000 in the bank. They have $301,000 worth of furniture and equipment. Okay, I don't know what that equipment is. I'm assuming it's nursing. Does this owner have another business?
I am not sure. Dr. Yemi?
Yes.
The question was, do you have another business?
Yes, I do.
And what is that business, sir?
I run dialysis clinic. I own 3 dialysis clinics in the state of Maryland.
I didn't get that, Bob. I'm sorry.
I didn't either.
I own 3 dialysis clinics. Dialysis clinic of 18 stations each that run 3 shifts, which means that 3 times 18 multiplied by 3 of my dialysis clinic that worth millions of dollars each.
Yeah, but
I'm
that-
the owner of Community Dialysis Center in North Rolling Road in Baltimore. I'm the owner of Silver Spring Artificial Kidney Center in Silver Spring, Maryland. I'm the owner of the Community Dialysis Center in Washington, D.C., Northwest.
Okay.
Okay, so, but those dialysis companies are not under your school, is that correct?
No, they are not under my school, no.
Okay, so where did you earn $450,000 from NCLEX reviews?
Oh, that is, we do in-class review. We got some students that want to do the in-class review, both LPN and RN. So we run both day and evening. So before we even started our school, before the school is even approved, that is what we do with that.
Okay.
I got one more question. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Dr. Kitchens and Mr. Ferguson.
First off, I don't think that Sam's one of the FBI execs or our staff. And I think to say you can either vote this way or you can vote the other way and show that you trust the exec and the staff. I think that's a little bit unfair, but so be it. The other thing is, and Bob, I think this is, in my mind, it may not make a bit of difference to anybody else, but it's a matter of the expressed intent of the vote of the commission. And it seems like if we say, okay, we'll go ahead and approve all these contingent upon them getting all this done and Sam getting it handled, to me, that's kind of like jumping off the pier and saying we'll decide whether or not we want to get wet. It's, to me, the intent of saying, hey, we're going to wait till it's all together, and hopefully they can come back and even be here personally, and it can be a very, very positive thing. I just kind of feel like it's, if it can get done in the same amount of time, why not wait till then to vote on it?
Could I?
Yes, you're next.
One more question, if we could get him to tell us, does he do the NCLEX in Florida, or does he do it in Maryland for his students?
Dr. Yummy, did you hear that question?
Yes, all our students will do the in-class in the state of Florida, not Maryland.
What do you do in Maryland?
My business is in Maryland, the school is in Florida. My student will do their in-class in the state of Florida.
I guess I didn't follow that.
He says that his business is in Maryland, but all of the NCLEX review is done in the state of Florida with students in the state of Florida. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Easy enough to check.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and reverse course here based on Dr. Kinson's comments. Let's bring it back in November. It's not going to be any different. It comes back before you rather than Mr. Ferguson. Again, I have confidence in him, and this is a common practice for you all to defer to the executive director, but I'm fine.
Bob, but out of the 11, okay, they could probably take, looking at them, they could probably take care of 9.
Yep.
And then it's 2 contingencies left that the commissioners can make a decision on.
Right.
But some of these other items, you know, the equipment listing, what type of nursing equipment he has, the matrix. I mean, a lot of these things can be picked off for the November meeting, and then that can leave us just with the submission list of graduates and testers of the calendar year. But you heard me say the foundation before. I mean, the foundation is, if they take care of all this, it will be there, you know, except for that.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a
We'll
question?
prior to this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just logic for me. does the school, I mean, when we take a look at the summary sheet, it says that the first class of students began in January of 2021. Prior to January 21, and please pardon my logical question here, my logical train of thought, but are there any other students prior to January of 2021 that we
No.
know of?
No,
Okay.
there is no student prior to January 2021.
Okay, and the students, your first class that began in January 2021, for which program were they admitted?
Yeah, that was for LPN to RN.
The LPN to RN. So technically speaking, they are in the ASN nursing program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so technically speaking, Mr. Chair, again, pardon my logical thinking, submission of a list of graduates and testers, in my opinion, if they're going to the ASN program, they are not going, technically speaking, they're not going to have any graduates until probably next spring.
I brought that up earlier, yes.
Okay, so it would be a moot point at this point because it would not be applicable.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is,
Okay.
if out of the 11 contingencies or 10 contingencies, and they have 9 out of the 10, and the only one is missing is the listing of the graduates and their scores, then the commission, I think, has enough knowledge to make a decision, and then once he does have graduates, that's when he needs to submit them.
So in other words, we're going to hold off on the issuance of an annual license until number 4 is
No.
fulfilled?
No, number 4 would be, okay. You have items 1 through 11,
Uh-huh,
okay? They take care of all but number 4,
uh-huh.
okay, by the November meeting. And most of these can be taken care of.
Right.
That comes in front of us,
Mm-hmm.
okay? We'll say, hey, he is in compliance with everything else, okay? We can grant the annual license, but then when he goes for his renewal, by that time, he will have graduates and testers, then that's where that contingency would come in.
So my comment again is then we really should not have the number 4 listed.
And the response to number 4 will be there are no graduates and no testers. That's it.
Okay,
That's it.
right. That's,
Okay.
I
Mr.
guess.
Ferguson, you okay with that
Tomatoes,
logic?
tomatoes, potato, potato.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad to have them come back. As you know, everyone is terribly excited every time they have to come appear before this commission. So I have to convince them, don't worry, the world is not going to end. You're going to be okay.
You just volunteered one of your
I know.
schools to come up before
I know,
the commission.
but he just texted me and says
So-
he's scared to death. I'm just
I don't
kidding.
think he needs a visa between here and Longwood either.
I don't know, any day, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, no,
Okay.
we'll be back in November. That'd be great.
Okay, we did not have a motion or a second. The recommendation is to move them, keep them at provisional, and then move them to the November.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lynn Mulheren, second by Nancy Bradley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all. Ms. Ferguson, thank you.
Might as well stay up there. So we have the only Southern Technical we're looking at here, well, we're looking at all of them, of course, but is the additional one that Bob volunteered to be up here, since they were initially on the consent agenda. We're moving from substantive change, and which is page 20, I think, on your computer agenda. So we'll have that one here.
Good morning. I'm Reed Allison. I'm the CEO of Southern Technical College. We have
Welcome.
pardon me?
Welcome.
Thank you. So as now listed, we have 7 schools on the agenda under item 4. 6 of them, I don't believe had any issues when the commission looked at it a few minutes ago. Bob wanted to make a comment on our 7th school, the Fort Myers School, the F. So, Bob?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in number 7, it has on page 6 of 7 of the summary sheet, it says, find that a substantive change has occurred based entirely upon test scores at Fort Myers. This was the situation where apparently they have 1 year of bad test scores, and the recommendation is to put them on provisional status for that 1 year of test scores. And they also, of course, have the same 11 contingencies, and again, we're fine, and I won't repeat my comments about that.
Thank you.
But they have the same questions about that. They'll be glad to provide the information that's necessary. But my concern is with this concept, and the reason is it has language in here which says, for example, the Commission has determined that this change is serious enough to affect the quality of the educational program. As you know, the Board of Nursing looks at 2 years of test scores even before you go on probation for the Board of Nursing. And so we just think they ought not to go on provisional status because of 1 year of test scores below 10%. I won't repeat what I said at the July meeting, but the national test scores is not, in my view, the benchmark or bellwether. If you look at all testers, we're actually within 5 or 6% in the state of Florida. With our low numbers, we're still, if you look at all testers, not just first-time test takers. So we just think that they should not be moved to provisional status because of 1 year of bad test scores, or test scores below 10%.
And again, just for information and data, the requirement in 2019 was 75% as being 10% below the national average. We were 81% in Fort Myers, met the standard. 2020, the standard is 73%. We're 70%. Again, that doesn't meet the standard, but it's not in the category of some of the other schools that have been mentioned before. And we are also a school that is trying to get from ACICS to ACCSC accreditation. We've applied with ACCSC. Some of the language in those 11 items, I don't know, but it's not the language we'd want to have associated with us about how negative our position is when, again, our test scores the last 2 years have been 81 and 70%, and obviously we're working hard to make 2021 be a good year. But anyway, so wanted to put those facts out there as well.
And Mr. Chairman, the point is we shouldn't be put on provisional because of 1 year of test scores that were not at the 10% mark. This would be a very unique position for this commission to hold. It's never been done before.
Well, do you want me to respond to this?
Better you than me.
We are married. I want to say married. We are associated with the Board of Nursing because we are in conjunction with them, because schools should come to us first and then go to bond. Earlier today, somebody said that exact thing. It confused some people, but we've seen them both ways where they've been to Board of Nursing first and then they get approval by us. We hold, our responsibilities are to the citizens of the state of Florida. And just because Bond has some broader rules with their nursing where they could go 2 years, okay, we want to let the schools know we are serious. Bob, you're a fixture here, okay, no doubt about it. And meeting after meeting after meeting, for years now, we've been talking about nursing. We started with nursing plans for a number of years. And still people weren't paying attention to the entrance test, okay? They weren't concerned that it was a front-end program for nursing, for this program. Nursing is a unique program, And it's not just a back end. Time after time, all of a sudden, a school stands up and says, I have 550 nurses. It's like, how did you get the 550 nurses? You know, we have other ones that are at 10%, 20%, 30%, you know, passage rates. Are the citizens of the state of Florida, you know, is that what they deserve when they're paying money to go to these programs? No, they don't deserve that. You know, when it comes to nursing, there is no ramp-up time. I mean, in other states, even just with institutional licensure, okay, the Carolinas, for example, okay, you need to have the facility, it has to be set up, you have to have your staff hired, you have to be ready to go, okay, when you go for that approval, okay? Florida's not like that. You know, the facility part, yes, okay? Not necessarily with the faculty. And so we need to make sure that in our nursing programs, going back to nursing, okay, that where we can have control over the nursing programs, you know, where if a school knows, well, I got 2 years with the board of nursing, okay? Here you only have 1 year, okay? Or you go back on provisional. And, you know, it is tough when you see these and different institutions have to operate in different manners in order to maintain the, you know, their nursing status. You know, I get it. Believe me, I get it. You can have one school, especially with the number of schools you have, you can have one school falter, okay? That happens, okay? But going to provisional for 1 year until you get those scores up creates urgency. And when you create urgency, that's when things will get done. So, I know Bob doesn't agree with me, but.
I have a response, but I'll let Mr. Ferguson speak.
Additionally, you know, provisional license doesn't hurt you. I mean, you may not like it, maybe marketability, but then on the other hand, those students that failed that NCLEX, will you stand there today and tell me that you will refund all their money because you did not adequately prepare them for the NCLEX? I mean, if you do that, then maybe we can take a different view here, but you know, would you in fact refund every dime for every one of those students that you failed to adequately educate to take the NCLEX and pass it? The provisional license doesn't hurt you. It may not be what you like, but it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you with accreditation. It doesn't hurt you with anything that I'm aware of, unless you can tell me something different.
Yeah, I mean, accreditation in replacing ACICS is, as CEO, one of my biggest concerns. And so
I understand.
Just want to make that as productive as I can make it. So I appreciate
you guys don't
conversation.
Do a bad,
I understand it.
You don't do a bad job. I mean, it's not that there's a problem institutionally with your schools. You have good schools. The fact that at one thing, for whatever reason, it got beyond you, and the NCLEX scores dropped. I don't think that it would. I honestly don't think an institution like you guys have is going to take you long to get that fixed and back up. And I think the recommendation isn't the provisional is when you fix it, we'll give you your annual license back, basically.
Mr. Ferguson, the issue is they're being put on provisional status because of 2020 test scores. They can't fix 2020 test scores.
Fix the future.
I understand. So what you're talking about, in essence, is provisional license through the end of this year. That the test scores come out in February 2022, if they're off probation then, even though, again, current law says, again, if you're off with 1 year results, could be for the Board of Nursing 2 years. But the bottom line is then they have to, it'll be at least February to March meeting while they're in provisional, while they're trying to get.
What is the problem between a provisional and annual for Southern?
Here, let me tell you what I think the problem is. I think a lot of it has to do with the perception. If a state licensing agency has put your school on provisional status, that's in essence saying, just like if you're on show cause for an accrediting agency, that's the perception. You may not perceive it because you guys do it all the time, but I'm telling you, in accreditation world, they do look at it as, what is your problem with your state agency? And
I got you. So it's these folks sitting right here's problem that they didn't have adequate NCLEX scores.
Well, we can talk all day about whether the national benchmark, national average, and whether the percentage that they had was bad or not. We can talk about that all day. You and I can have that conversation. I can tell you all the reasons why that's not true. But let me tell you what my preference would be.
Bob, can I just ask one question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you programmatically accredited?
Yes.
Okay. And
ASIN.
right, you're ASIN. Let's say you were up for ASIN right now. Okay. Would this have an impact on your accrediting agency with the low test score? Say yes.
It would.
Okay.
You don't believe it would?
Sir?
You don't believe that it would?
I don't know.
Okay.
Would it have an impact? I think it would have an impact, yes.
Yeah, but ASIN hasn't taken any action on you because of 2020.
Yeah.
There is no action to take by ASIN or the Board of Nursing at this point that I know of.
But you still have the different levels. I spoke about this at the last meeting where the programmatic accreditors, they really don't, the institutional accreditors gave a lot of schools leeway with working with COVID, okay? The programmatic accreditors are not. Okay, they're not budging an inch. And so I just wanted to understand if he did have a ASEN and if they were up for renewal this year, that this would come into play as well with the low test score.
Yeah, we're not up for renewal with ASIN.
I know, I'm just using that as an example.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
And
Mr. Harris.
just for clarity, we've worked with the staff. I was up here in March, and the 6 months since then, they've been very helpful. And we've gotten aligned with the staff, so we're 100% happy with the staff. And if the commission does what the staff recommends, then we will live with it.
What was it? I'm sorry, I'm not letting you finish, Bob.
That's fine.
What was your score and what's your new score?
In 2020, the 10% minus the national average standard was 72.80, if I can squint to it, and we were 69.57. I think I said 73 and 70, but of our 69 testers, we were 3 away from meeting the standard.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Bob, finish.
Yeah, the last point I'll make is again, to Mr. Ferguson, that is, I think there are other options you have. One of the rules you have, which you all rarely use, which is fully available, is 6A-2.061, which has a plethora of things that you can do other than putting schools on provisional. You can put schools on probation. You never do that. But you could put schools on probation, accomplish the very same thing, and not potentially affect their accreditation level. All that language allows you to put schools on probation, require progress reports, put people under oath, unannounced site visits, allows you to revoke their licenses. If they don't comply, it allows you to give up to $5,000 in fines, cease and desist orders. You can issue citations. You can charge people for the cost of investigation and prosecution. All of those powers you have, if you're trying to resolve this issue, you can use those things, and they're rarely used. But in this case, you just said we're going to put you back in provisional, which may affect other things. All I'm saying is use some of those other things you can do. If you're concerned about them, I'd require a report every meeting. I don't think there's a problem with that. If you want to be kept up to date on what's going on and how they're doing, that's perfectly what this commission ought to be doing. But changing their licensure status just always makes me feel uncomfortable. That's the point, Mr. Chairman.
See, I would be honest with you, I'd rather go back to provisional versus being on probation.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think it
And then
I would agree with you.
We'll be happy to do an investigation if you'd like also. I don't mind. I could get.
Mr. Ferguson, you
We'll
understand.
charge you $5,000 a day.
Not a problem.
No, but, Bob's, I mean, I understand the point
So
you're
they have
bringing
a way
up,
in order to pay for you to go.
that that there's different options.
There are different options. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Just consider those other things.
Yeah, we agree.
When do you go in front of ACCSCT?
We've applied several months ago.
Okay.
We're waiting their action.
Okay.
Well, this should not affect it. In fact, I have written letters in the past to accrediting agencies.
Well, thanks. And let's proceed as you've recommended, and if we need your help, we'll ask for it. That makes sense.
It'll work that way.
That works for you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Bradley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williams. We are moving this into a provisional license. That's the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Is that an aye for
I
an aye
oppose.
or a nay for
A
an
nay.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes and 1 nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, that was 4, right? Okay, now we're on 5.
Yep, we got somebody here.
Do we have somebody here from the next institution? How do you say that?
Dr. Jose Otero.
Infamy Institute.
Yes, they are.
Sorry, I'm just a kid from Brooklyn. I can't.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group. Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge, I've asked the family that operates the school to come in to put a face with the owner. They'll introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Lisette Lopez, and I own the Infamy Institute.
Hi, my name's Krista Lopez. I'm the campus director with the Infamy Institute.
Hello, I'm Stephen Houghton. I'm the director of nursing for the Infamy Institute.
Hi, I'm Jill Chase, and I'm a clinical preceptor at the Institute.
Hi, I'm Damian Lopez, and I'm part of the Infamy Institute.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If I might, Mr. Chair, start off, again, we did have an opportunity. You have 6 clinical sites?
Excuse me?
You have 6 clinical sites?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you have an agreement with every one of those 6? You have an agreement.
We have.
The question is this: do you have an agreement with every one of those sites?
We
Yes,
have
sir.
agreements, yes.
You what?
Yes, sir.
For every one?
Yes, sir.
That's interesting, because at least 2 of them said they never heard of you. Okay. I'll go from there. Where do you have students located? Where are they?
We
About
have,
the United States, where are they?
so they are in the United States. They come from New York, Texas. We have Florida students as well.
And you're doing clinicals where?
Currently, our clinicals are being done on campus. Up until June, they were being done online until the executive order was pulled.
You're doing clinicals on campus, but you were doing clinicals online.
Up until
For
June.
everybody that was in the United States there that you had students. Okay. Ms. Matos, you want to go with that, or?
Well, I'll go with it.
You go right? I'm having trouble with my computer right now. I cannot open my
Okay,
documents.
just have my back. When did you, so you did not bring students back to clinicals until the executive order expired?
Yes, sir. Once it expired, we brought them back to clinicals.
Okay, may I ask why you waited 6, 8, 10 months?
With the executive order on place, it was easier to do it online, and it was much safer to do it online as well.
What would be better for the students, going to a clinical site or doing it online or in a lab?
I believe that it's with the virtual simulation, I think that they get adequate experience.
I would like to add to that. We were not prepared because of COVID, so we had to expand our location. We went from about maybe 1,400 square feet to over 3,500. In the last couple of months, we've spent probably $130,000 in that expansion to include 5 hospital beds and the 5 Fidelity mannequins, so that we could provide that service in our lab.
Okay, and that's a good move.
Yes, that was our only solution.
You did good on that one. Most places had to expand, under the executive order. But, most nursing schools from the clinical sites, even though you couldn't get full rotations, you would do the leftovers on campus, okay? But the clinical sites have been open. And and all your clinical sites are in Florida, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so the re-engagement back to those, I just don't understand why you wouldn't take advantage of that.
So it is, some of them are open. It's actually very hard to get into the clinical sites right now. They are not allowing.
Well, right now, but 10 months ago it wasn't. Okay, right now, it's back to where we were without the executive order.
Correct.
Okay, because hospitals are requiring vaccinations. Their rules are a lot tighter than they were last year when they reopened, okay?
The ones that we have been calling have been stating that they're not open, that they're not allowing students back in. We have been trying to get new affiliation agreements. We currently have 2 that we're awaiting, but there is a multitude of them that are just simply not allowing new schools into their facilities.
We've called over 300 locations, easily.
Okay, so.
And have documented everything that they have stated.
Okay, so you're in a pickle.
Yes.
Because, you could be doing everything at your school right now, which aren't going to count towards the clinical hours.
Correct.
Unless there's.
Once that executive order expired.
Which was June 31st, so it's been a month that they've been on campus.
So those clinical hours aren't going to count for what they need to take the NCLEX. So, you're in Palm Beach?
North Palm Beach.
North Palm Beach.
Okay. I know for a fact there's a bunch of hospitals that are taking nursing students there.
If you could help us get into some, we would absolutely love that.
Give me a list and we will be there tomorrow morning.
Because we have tried.
We have tried. Over and beyond.
I believe you. I believe that you have tried. You were smart to, expand your location, okay? But what I'm looking at today is all that will come in handy in the future, with the expansion, but you have students taking extra hours on campus, they're not going to count.
Mm-hmm. Could I have our clinical?
You can have anybody come on up.
Let me ask you one question before you do. You have 255 students. How many of those are Florida students?
Approximately 40.
How many?
Approximately 40 of them.
Approximately 40 of the 255 are Florida students.
Yes, sir.
how in the hell are you going to get those students to Florida to do clinicals even if you had them?
They are flying here.
Yes, sir, they fly down to Florida, and then we have
Paying
local
for it?
agreements
You-
with the
You guys
hospitals.
paying for that? You paying?
No, sir, they pay for it, and they bear the weight of that.
Do they understand that? Because we have some students that tell me they don't
Oh, no,
understand
they're
that.
signing.
No, yes, they're aware of that, sir.
Yeah,
We have
they
an
have to sign an
orientation
affidavit.
process, yes, sir.
Oh, okay, we need to see those.
I do have
Wait.
I was asking for a follow-up question on that.
Just let me finish this one. So you have 200 and what, 44 students?
255.
255.
45 are Florida.
Okay, so that leaves what, 210?
Approximately.
So you have 210 students that are out-of-state students, okay? And I don't think it's the Georgia-Florida border, okay?
Some in Georgia.
Some of our
in
students
South
are from
Carolina.
Georgia, South Carolina.
Well, I'm talking about Georgia-Florida line,
Oh,
okay?
okay.
I'm not talking about the band,
Yeah.
okay? Actually, at one time, I thought it was a location, so, but, what, and this, I'm not saying this in a negative way, okay? Why would those students pick a school in South Florida and pay for all their travel expenses, whether it's mileage or airplane, to come to your school?
I think it's the education that we offer, and a lot of our students are family and friends. So based off word of mouth, they recommend their family and their friends, and they come down, but mainly the education that we provide to the students.
In addition to the education, because we are a family-run and operated school, I'm sorry, in addition to the education, because we are a family-run and operated school, we have a very personal relationship with each one of these students. My daughter probably knows each one of these students by name. In addition to have them as students, how could I put it? It becomes part of our family. So this isn't something that we want just to last for a year. This is something that I want to be able to go on for a legacy. These students really have a great rapport with our staff and with my daughter. We are there for the student's best interest. I was raised going to Catholic school, and the best school that I ever went to was a family-run and operated school, which I will never forget the education I got there and the personalized attention. So I believe that that's maybe what sets us apart. And in addition to that, we were approved in March, and we weren't able to start till September. So we did a lot of marketing and a lot of, cold calling and a lot of that personal, one-on-one with the students. And I believe that that's what's making a difference.
My last point, then Dr. Matos.
Thank you, sir.
As of right now, you are out of compliance with the state because a memorandum from CIE went out in August discontinuing online classes if you were not approved for online.
We have applied through Dr. Otero's office, and I believe that hopefully you have the information already for synchronized learning.
It's not on our agenda.
Okay,
So-
well, I'm hoping that it will be soon, because
Yeah,
that's
but
something we've been.
just because it's going to be on in the future
Oh, I
doesn't
don't know
mean
how
you
to-
can do it now. So, Dr. Matos, finally, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm going to, you prepared my my line of questioning, I should say. Hi, how are you? So let me just follow up on a couple of questions, if I may. Of your 255 students, do you know the breakdown of the number of students that you have in your ASN program vis-a-vis your LPN?
Yes, so we have 140 is ASN and 108 is PN.
Okay, so about 50-50. Okay. So let me ask you a couple of questions on your curriculum then. Your LPN program is what, about a year and a half long?
It is a year and it's 1,350 hours.
And your ASN program is about 2 years, correct?
It is 16 months at 72 credit hours.
Do you operate by semester or quarter?
We start periodically throughout the year, so semester-wise.
Do you offer, how many courses does the student, are you on a semester base? Do you have like a full schedule of 16 weeks or 12 weeks?
Semester.
Semester, okay. And how do you program your classes? Is it students take a number of classes and they take them concurrently, or the student takes one class and then goes to the next class and goes to the next class? How do you do it?
They take one class at a time.
One class at a time. So in a semester base, they would take how many classes in one semester? In one semester, how many classes would I take if I'm a nursing student?
About 5.
You take 5 classes, so you take every 3 months, you take a new course?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead.
That's correct, yes.
So your courses are 3 months in length?
Courses are,
3 months in length, 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yes, 3 weeks in
So
length.
every 3 weeks, I take a course?
Yes, that's correct.
So if I'm a nursing student and I'm taking fundamental of nursing, my fundamental of nursing course, including my lab, is 3 weeks in length.
Because our clinicals are separate.
Well, hold on a second, ma'am. So the gentleman is the director of nursing, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm asking the question to the director of nursing, please. So the courses are 3 weeks in length, sir?
Yes, I appreciate the question. I just started with the school.
When did you start?
In late June.
Okay, so late June, so that means that you probably have taken care of, probably about 2 or 3 cohorts, so you should be able to help me then. How many courses? How many weeks in length is a course in nursing?
The length of the courses are 3 weeks each, but the clinicals are separate from that time frame.
So the lecture is 3 weeks in length?
Yes, that's correct.
And how do the students do the clinical then?
They right now they come to campus, and we do clinicals on campus.
So up until when were all of these students taking courses online?
Clinicals or labs on campus?
Yeah, I understand,
No,
Mr.
no.
Cruzito.
I don't understand. Is it
No,
lab?
no, I'm gonna get there,
Yes,
just give me
labs
one
are
moment.
clinicals.
Just give me one moment.
Labs are
So what is it, the students are engaged, the part of that they don't come to campus, are they engaged online?
We're currently doing synchronized learning online.
What do you mean by synchronized training? What do you define as synchronized training?
So we have a live instructor, and then the students are being on the computer at a scheduled time, as well as the instructor, so they're scheduled.
Okay, and what is it that they do to synchronize? Is it only lecture? Do you have any tools that they do simultaneously? What?
So they do the lecture synchronized, and then the clinicals are 50% virtual simulations, which is the vSIMs via the point, and the other 50% is on campus.
So they do virtual sim?
Yes, 50%.
And the lab time in the courses?
The lab and the courses is on, the lab is in-house on our lab, and the courses is synchronized.
Do you, so you have anatomy and physiology in your program?
Yes, and it's 1 hour lab.
And anatomy and physiology, all of the lab is done online?
No, that's on campus.
But you just told me that your lab is done online.
We have a lab on campus.
Okay.
Yeah, the lab is synonymous with clinical.
So these students with about only 1/4 of your student population from Florida, how do they complete all of these requirements on site?
They travel down.
For how long do they stay?
They stay for, it depends on the course, but for the ASN program, they're staying for a week, and they do Monday through Saturday, 60 hours a week. And then for the LPN program, it depends on which clinical it is. It'll be either a week to 2 weeks that they're staying.
So your clinicals are set up in such a way that your sites take them for all of them in cohorts for the period of time?
They take the class and then they take the clinical.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do one more question. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair.
Peter, over here.
Your courses in nursing, the program itself, is it set up where they take the gen eds and the sciences first, or they take them all together? Nursing courses with the gen ed, with the sciences and the gen eds?
They take the general education and then they move on to the nursing courses.
And you have your cohort started in 2020.
In September.
Both programs started in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't have our site visit till then.
Well, that doesn't make any sense with me then, as far as clinicals and labs are concerned. It doesn't make sense with the progression of the program. Okay. And that is a thought that I'm just sharing out loud with my fellow commissioners, okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go, and then Ms. Bradley and Mr. Williams,
Then I have one.
then the good Dr. Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me ask those questions.
Hey, you're more than welcome. What equipment do you have on campus?
So we currently have, yeah, go ahead.
So we have 5 Gamard high-fidelity dolls. We have a pediatric, a newborn, a Noel, a maternity who gives birth. And then we have a Susie 901 and 1001.
When did you acquire those?
We had a loaner because they were making obviously a lot of dolls for a lot of nursing schools. So we had to wait till they could produce them all. And we just got them
So
last month.
when you started your school in September of 2020, did you have any equipment?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
They had other mannequins, and we had it online, a mannequin on loan.
And where did those come from?
Gamard, the mannequin company.
Okay, because why I asked the question, I've always been trained to follow the money. And on your financials, you have, and your financials are 12/31/2020. You have 0 equipment assets. You have 0 depreciation. And under GAAP, okay, generally accepted accounting principles, okay, that would be recorded on your financial statements that you had all this equipment. Okay, I'm not talking about equipment purchased afterwards. I'm talking about the first semester of when you were in, when you had students, that you didn't have any, or your financials are saying that you did not have any equipment.
We did our financials in 2019.
Yeah, we submitted a list of, I'm so sorry. We had submitted a list of everything that we had from the mannequins.
That's fine, submitting a list, but I'm asking how you paid for it.
I'm not sure why that's not showing up there. I would have to go back to the CPA and figure it out. But if you want to know where the money came from me selling.
Yeah, but that would go through your corporation to buy the equipment. Okay, the equipment listing that your clinical person said is a very strong list. Okay, and that could have been purchased after January, thus it wouldn't be. Thus, that wouldn't be in front of us.
Yeah.
What I'm focusing on is from September through the end of the year, and you're doing, online this and online that. You have students. I don't see where it was purchased at, nor do I see the depreciation. And any CPA would pick that up from an accounting standpoint. So that something is definitely at question. The second question I have is, what's contracted labor?
Contracted labor?
Yes.
Our 1099.
Yeah, the 1099 instructors?
That would be, yeah.
Yeah. Our instructors?
You pay your instructors based on a 1099?
Yes.
Do they meet the definition of a 1099?
Did they read the definition?
No, do they meet the definition of a 1099?
I believe so.
Mr. Chair, if I can clarify, The folks at FMI, when we met, they were already licensed, and there was a great deal of discrepancy on some things, including what you just mentioned. Some of the things we're working on is to try to identify, we understand there's funds, but to make sense of some of these financials also. And thus, switching CPAs is one of the things that I've encouraged.
Which we have.
And at the same time, some of the items
While
we've been
you're
trying to-
standing there, tell me how the hell you're going to get those students down here for clinicals? You're the consultant. Do you?
Well, one of the things that we do is we're contracted to do certain things. In this case was fixing their catalog and a few other items.
Catalog doesn't have a thing to do with getting us 100, 210 students down for clinicals. What are you doing there?
Correct. We do not consult on the operations.
Are they going to get a refund if they don't come? I see nothing. You said you had signed agreements. There's nothing in the documentation that I see other than your enrollment agreement.
We have additional disclosures, and I can send them over to you if you'd like.
Well, you need to.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah. I tell you what, honestly, I mean, you guys can beat this to death, but this is a perfect example of what's wrong with our nursing in Florida, and I recommended provisional license here, but quite honestly, I'd like to ask the general counsels if we have enough just to deny this school.
If I may, I would love for you guys to come out and see the institution, see what we've done with the place, and just get a feel for who we are. We're really trying to make a difference in the education that we offer. We started with a different consultant, and we have, we're trying to improve the way that we can, but we really do have a feel for these students. We care for these students, and whatever recommendations that you guys have, we'll take. But I would love for you guys to come out and see the institution.
My recommendation is that we deny your license. So,
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradley.
Okay. Good afternoon. See, we're past noon now. When you applied for your provisional license with this commission about a year ago, March of 2020. Okay, the pandemic was just setting in. Okay. We have been talking about online instruction in nursing programs for at least that long. Did you, at that time, apply to this commission with the intent of enrolling out-of-state students?
We applied for synchronized learning, not with the intent to enroll out-of-state students, but to be able to safely house the students that we're going to have here. But through word of mouth, we did end up having students come from out of state, and if it's not something that is allowed, I would love for you to tell us that, and we'll no longer do it. But it is something that a lot of our students have, they've recommended their family and their friends, and that's why they come down to it.
Okay. For the last period of time, and I'll say go back a year and a half, 2 years, when we've been discussing at every meeting online instruction in nursing programs, and we have been very consistent in what we have said, regardless of what applications have said. When it gets to the meeting, what we're telling people, and Dr. Otero, you've been to every meeting, only the gen eds are to be taught online. When the pandemic hit and the governor was so gracious to work with all the schools and colleges and to allow us to do things online for the time being, that did not extend to any of us going ahead and soliciting people from other states and running our whole program online. We did not approve, and I would, I don't know who is this Brady? We go back and pull your original application, and I trust that regardless of what you applied for, we would not have approved core any kind of nursing core program instruction online, didactic or what have you. And then we went through the pandemic, everybody had to pivot, everybody had to take care of their students. But this, I know we would not have approved it, and I would like to pull the records to that extent. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about, because I saw it in your catalog and then I saw it on your website, you have a whole lot of different scholarships.
Yes, ma'am.
And however we continue with this, whether we take Mr. Ferguson's advice right now or if we allow you to come back, we need full and complete accounting for every single scholarship and every single student who would have applied and then how many received them, at the whole dissection and analysis of the whole thing. One of the things I noticed on your scholarship requirements is that the students have to take the NCLEX. And I thought to myself, how can you be a student and take the NCLEX? Only graduates can take an NCLEX. So when do they get the scholarship?
That might be misworded in the catalog. The requirement is that once the student graduates, we would like them to take the NCLEX in Florida.
Well, that's not what your documentation says, your website or your catalog. So those were the comments that I had, but I feel very strongly that to support what Mr. Ferguson says, regardless of what anybody else says, this is such a departure from what we have been talking about and studying and saying to the schools even before the pandemic. And I feel that there's many students who they put their whole lives on hold to go to nursing school, and this out of state, I don't know, maybe you've already answered this, but of those 255 students, how many of them are in gen eds?
Are in what, I'm sorry?
Gen eds, the general education.
108 of them are currently in approximately 80 of them just started, and they're doing general education.
Just starting.
All right, well, that ends my comments.
Well,
Mr. Chair?
One more question.
Again, if they're doing just start at 80, and how many of those 80 are in Florida?
I would have to get those numbers. I only know that 40% of the 250 are from Florida.
Okay, so let's say they're not from Florida. Okay. You're offering online classes for those gen eds.
Yes, we're doing synchronized.
Do you have any on-campus classes going on?
Currently not at the moment because of...
Okay, so you're out of compliance with the memo from CIE in mid-August.
From mid-August till now, yes, sir.
Okay.
There's one other question. Could you furnish us approval from those states that you've recruited those students in, that those states have approved you to be there?
We don't market in those states.
I'm sorry?
We don't market in those states.
You don't market in those states, but yet you have students from those states?
Yes.
How?
Where do they sign up at?
They sign up
Online.
as in far as their enrollment agreement?
Yeah. Where do they pay? I mean, do you have admissions counselors or representatives in those states?
No. I'm the only admissions member for the college.
Okay, well.
Mr. Chair, could I ask
Sure.
a question? Yes, so you're the only admissions counselor, so you have enrolled all of these students?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if the school started a year ago and you've enrolled all these students, you personally let every student know that they have to come to Florida to be in a clinical?
Yes, ma'am.
And that they are responsible for the airfare and the hotel room for the whole week?
Yes, ma'am.
And they have agreed to do this?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that if it were the numbers were reversed, if it was maybe the 40 were out of state, not the 210, I can't grasp that. I can't imagine in the day when we talk about student affordability and access, I'm shocked that students would agree to do that, especially when there are so many programs right here in Florida. I think that with little working capital here, such a long list of items, I mean, the on-site will be very important if we go with the on-site.
I think what my suggestion's going to be is, and they have a chance to bring everything forward. So it's not like
Yes.
Move for denial, and they can still run, they can still be open for business while they exhaust with council going back and forth. But I think that's our only, there's just too many things here, and they're openly out of compliance, and
it could be, as they mentioned, they had a different consultant, perhaps they were misadvised on a number of items. They're a new school. It's like they need to start over completely.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people up there from that institution, and the memo that went out in mid-August, they can all read, and it says that the online component is discontinued. They never signed, as Ms. Bradley brought up, they never had licensure for online delivery. Okay, so they've been doing this all along anyway. Okay, but it was okay because of the pandemic. Okay, but something is just not right. So we do not have any motions on the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, I forgot about you, Dr. Kitchens, and then Mr. Williams.
I think Mr. Williams was first.
I doubt it, Rev. Just more so to the commission, my fellow commissioners. I remember when this group came up for their licensure. A lot has happened between then and now. Very positive, very open. A lot of positive things were said in that meeting, mom and daughter.
Yes.
Let me ask you one question. Out of the 255, what percentage are immigrants, if you know?
A majority of our students are minority students.
Well, not minority. I mean, that's an American term. Immigrants. International students.
International, majority of our students are yes, from other countries.
Yeah, I mean, even in my own practice, before I met all y'all, I can't tell you how many immigrants contacted me about various schools, some of which we regulate, many others we don't. So immigrant educational population, will migrate to a school. It's not unnatural. It's just immigrant community as it deals with education. But
are you talking about immigrants already in Florida or in this country? Or people
correct.
coming from another country?
People who are here
already
signing up for school.
Okay.
Yeah. Or it could be people who are planning on coming here signing up for school.
I don't know if they have visa access,
I don't know.
but go ahead.
But so, it's a whole different population of students, is my point to the commissioners, than the domestic population or indigenous population. I guess none of us are indigenous. You got a little Indian in you? The other thing I'm looking at is, so I say all that to say, I don't know how you got here, but I think that's a lesson plan for other nursing schools to see how we got here. But the other thing is, how do we move forward if the violations are so deep? Do we continue allowing the violations as we move forward?
Well, if we go for a denial, they have their rights, and they can prove what we're saying is wrong.
Okay.
And what they're going to be doing going forward with the motion of with the denial process. they have rights. And it's not like they put a padlock on their door tomorrow. Okay? It is going through the process of making sure that they are in compliance. The word is, I mean, it's all about compliance, and they're not in compliance, and based on their responses, they don't want to be in compliance. No, I should take that back. They're going to do what they want to do. You know, once the EO expired, okay, the additional clinical hours, so these students are paying money to come down to the school to take these extra clinical hours, but they're not going to count for when they take their NCLEX exam. So they're taking extra money from students that's not going to count.
Sir, if I may. We weren't really aware how to approach the clinicals once the order stopped, because like I said, I know that some of the sites are open, but there's certain sites that we couldn't get into, so we weren't aware of how to approach and what we could and couldn't do. We tried our best to accommodate the students and to give them the experience that was needed. I don't want you to think that it was a bringing them down to take their money. We genuinely tried to give them the experience that they needed. That's why we bought the 5 Fidelity mannequins. That's why we provide them the...
Right, but it doesn't matter right now
No,
because the
completely,
EO is
yes.
over. The young lady standing behind you, okay? I'd pack her breakfast, lunch, and dinner, okay, every single day, have her get in her car and go visit hospitals.
We do.
And I know you probably have done it already, but keep on doing it.
Yes,
You
sir.
get 2 here, 2 here, 1 here, 3 here, and do it that way. But you just can't say, you know, we can't get in, but we're going to be out of compliance moving forward. But being out of compliance moving forward has ramifications, and these students are thinking that they're getting these clinical hours in, and when they go to apply for the NCLEX, it's going to be no.
Yes, sir.
Right.
There's one more thing I'll mention, and this
One
is,
more thing, then we're going to call the question. Dr.
this is
Kitchen.
not, they did not invent this wheel. We have several other schools here in Florida that will be coming, that this model, and I use that term model for a reason. This model has been used on several occasions, and at least one school person said, oh, we thought that we would be okay because the governor was going to extend everything. And that we had someone, if you remember, asked the commission if we could get everything extended. And we said, no, that wasn't us, that was the governor's office, and no, the commission will not extend that. So this is a model. There's several other schools that have done the same thing.
Okay, Dr. Kitchen, and then we'll call the question.
Mr. Chairman, I find that after open and honest dialogue, my question was innocuous, impertinent, ill-advised, and time-consuming.
Call the questions.
I ain't got nothing I want to ask.
What? You have a question?
No. Y'all dealt with it 14 questions ago.
That is our cue that we need to call it a question. That's
Okay.
That's what I say.
Executive Director is recommending denial. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. Hearing further discussion, I think we drained this one pretty good. Go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Would you like to read? Wait. Go ahead and read them.
Just so you know, you'll be receiving a clerked order that codifies the discussion today and the reasons for your denial. And attached to that will be the process to appeal that order. So it will be coming in the mail shortly.
And if you have questions, call the staff. If you have questions about your financials, I don't know if this is the same accountant that you had for last year that you have this year. Do you have a new accountant this year?
Yes, we do.
Have them review the financials from last year.
We're going to have everything done for you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll break for lunch. Lunch is right around the corner to the right.
Good. That's what they all say.
The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing star 6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing star 9 and unmute yourself by pressing star 6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing star 9 and unmute yourself by pressing star 6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Can somebody in the back row go grab Mr. Ferguson, please?
He's right
Oh,
there. Oh, here he comes. Right here.
then who's talking to Joey out in the back door? Now I know who it is.
Somebody grabbing me.
I'm old. I can't see that well, even with glasses. Okay, I believe we're at application for extension of annual license. Is that where we're at? Chair will entertain a motion.
What?
Number 6.
What? Oh, 6 was consent.
That was consent.
6, 7, and 8 were approved.
Okay. Was that your school? Yes, thank you. So you've been sitting there for the last hour and a half?
But you had a great lunch, though, right? Yeah. That's funny.
Okay, application for extension of annual license, American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, Pembroke Pines.
Move
Chair
to
will entertain a
accept.
motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that, sir.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Mr. Harris? Is there any discussion? Nancy, you okay?
We're good.
Okay. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Application for annual renewal, 1 through 17. The chair will consider consent.
So moved.
18? Was that on the other?
Number 18 for this section.
1 through 18 it is. So I don't want to get in trouble with Miss Hood.
Yeah, there's a, yeah.
Okay, was that a motion?
Yes. Move to
But-
consent.
I'll
Mulheron?
will second that, sir.
Second by Dr. Matos. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Mulheron, would you like to pull any?
Yes, sir. Number 4 and number 6.
4 and 6. Dr. Matos.
I have none. I'm okay with all of the recommendations as they stand. And you know that there's some that are denials, so.
I am recognizing Dr. Kitchens.
I have none, as long as when we vote this way, all the staff recommendations go through as stated, right?
Yes, sir.
Follow that horse. Let's go.
Okay. And in that case, Mr. Williams?
None, sir.
Okay, I was just following the horse. So. Ms. Bradley?
Yes. I have, I think 4 was pulled already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, also, I have 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. And that is all.
Okay, for consent agenda is 1 through 3, 5, 11, and then 13 through 18. Chair will entertain.
So moved. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. I will gladly second your very eloquent motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Williams.
I cannot follow up on that one, so I'm just going to say, I'll second.
And Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 4. Southern Technical College, Orlando.
No.
Oops, sorry.
it's,
I saw Bob get up there, and you put two and two together.
Pronounce that for us, Bob.
Hodgins International College. That's the best I can do.
Number 4, Hodgins International College, Orlando. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Nanu Paul, Administrator of Hodgins International College.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I pulled this one. I prefer to discuss it before a motion, if that's okay.
Yes.
On this one, unless I'm missing something, there aren't any nursing students right now, right? In the programs that they already have. Oh, no, I'm sorry, there's 18 students. Can you tell me what the breakdown is of the practical nursing versus the associates in nursing in terms of enrollment?
Okay, the 18 students that we sent, that was for last year. In the practical nursing enrollment, we currently have 61 students enrolled.
Okay. So, and we're looking at a new nursing program.
Yeah, Ms. Mulhern, my understanding is they have 61 students in the PN program and 6 in the bachelor's program. And like you said, AS is a new program they're applying for, but so it's 61 and 6 as of today.
Okay, and the pass rates, though, on the existing programs have been low. Is that correct?
We do not have any password because we just have the LP practical nursing program approved. We have not graduated any student yet.
Right, the LPN program was approved in June of 20.
That's right.
And the AS program was approved by the Board of Nursing in October of 20, so it's a little early yet.
Okay, right.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we don't have testers at all yet. Excuse me, at this point. Okay, and obviously a BSN is post-licensure program, and those 4 students were all placed already, I believe, from the BSN
Yeah.
program.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
correct.
need to have the NCLEX. Yeah, so I'm just looking at the number of items that need to be fulfilled, similar to one of the other schools we were talking about. Some of the items do look like items that could be easily fulfilled, right?
It's basically the same list that we went over earlier this morning.
Right. But we do need an on-site, which is scheduled. So I don't know. I just get a little leery when we're looking at new nursing programs when we don't have data on the ones that are already in play because of the challenges we've been having in the state.
Well, again, Ms. Mulhern, I assume, based upon the comments of the chair and Mr. Ferguson, all well taken, that this is kind of why this has been applied here. They want the same information, have that look-see, have the on-site, have the look-see. If you want to be consistent with what you did before, this one also has the language about the executive director approving it once contingencies are filled. But again, if you want to be consistent.
How many out-of-state students does she have?
Ms. Paul, did you hear the question?
No, can you repeat for me, please?
Yeah, how many out-of-state students do you have?
No, all of our students is based in Orlando area, Central Florida.
All of the students are from Orlando, in the Orlando area.
Okay.
What's her
Right.
connection with MedLife, if any?
Ms. Paul, do you have any connection with MedLife?
We used to work for MedLife, but we don't work for them now.
I think there was some time ago, there was a purchase that was contemplated about 3 or 4 years ago, but never went through, so there was no connection. There's no connection to that whatsoever.
And then what portion of your nursing program are you offering online?
we only have the BSN online, and it was approved last year from the commission. We only offer the BSN online. The PN program is on ground.
Okay, so the BSN. Okay. Okay. I don't have additional questions at this time.
Mr. Chair, could I jump
Yes.
in? I just want to clarify. And I just want to confirm that the BSN is an RN to BSN. It's not a direct entry. Because on our summary sheet, just says BSN.
No, our RN, you have to have your license before you come into our RN
Okay,
program.
so it's an RN to BSN.
RN
All
to
right.
BSN program.
Right, because I was looking for testers and couldn't find any. That's why. Okay.
Is that it, or?
That's all I had.
Mr. Chair.
Peter.
Yeah, we want to do James. Go ahead.
I could ask Mr. Harris, Seminole County Sheriff's Office, that's one of her clinical sites, the jails?
Yes, that's one of our clinical sites.
Clever.
Once you're in jail, you're not feeling well.
You're not.
My experience, I have no experience with that, please understand.
There's all sorts of scenarios there.
Oh, is that a personal experience?
Without experience.
One of the things that I want to just point out to everybody, the bottom of the recommendation, it says deliver for theory classes only. That should just say gen eds, because,
Yes.
again, we don't do core classes online.
Right.
So that needs to be changed to gen ed classes.
I object.
Is everybody good with, everybody?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, do I have a motion, or?
So
I don't
moved.
have one
I
yet.
think
no.
didn't we have one?
No, we did
No,
not.
we were
Oh,
discussing first.
okay.
So I have a motion by Mr. Williams. Do I have a second?
I think Lynn, well, if not, I will. Lynn, did you second that?
I did not.
Then I'll second it.
What was in the lunch?
It was good meat, very good prime rib.
Bob's making jokes. You guys can't make up your minds. Second by Dr. Matos. Any further discussion? Noted that theory is gen ed. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yays and 1 nay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think I lost my list here. Number 6, right?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I do have a question just for clarification.
Can I name the school first?
And that's the reason, that's
Go
what,
ahead.
yeah. So the item, the addendum on the agenda is a different school from this one, correct? Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Stephen Ikello, Campus Director.
Heather Morris, Director of Compliance.
Melanie Bach, Director of Academics.
Welcome.
Oh, and also we have Giorgio Invernizzi on the line.
Okay, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. George Invernizzi, CFO, Chief Financial Officer.
And my apologies not to be there in person.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Cressida, I pulled this one. Good afternoon. I had a question around the affordability piece in terms of the course transfer fee that you have. Is it $100? It's $100 per course that you charge for the student to transfer classes in?
Can you answer into the microphone, please?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this due to international students, international credits coming in, or is this for every transfer course?
For every transfer across the board.
Okay, and students are paying that? They are? And they're not, so that's something they pay for upfront before they apply for financial aid or anything like that?
Yeah, we don't have financial aid because we're not accredited just yet, but yes.
Okay. And you're planning on becoming accredited and applying for Title IV funding?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're actually in the process with NASAD. So we're at the beginning process of that.
Okay. I did notice your financial ratio and your working capital have improved. I just was concerned about the course transfer fee. I think that's, we don't regulate that, so I can't say you can't charge that. I just was concerned about it and wondering if it was due to international evaluations or something because I know those can be expensive. But if that's what you're charging, that's what you're charging. But if someone is coming in, and applying for admission, what is your application fee?
Application fee is $150.
Okay. So if the student decides not to start, then you know that you can't keep more than $150.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to clarify that as well. Thank you.
Any further questions? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Number 7, Jay College of Health Sciences, Palm Bay.
Hello, Mark Murray, legal counsel for Jay College.
Welcome back.
Recommendation here, Mr. Chair, is for denial of the license.
We're going back to provisional.
No.
No, it's
Oh,
denial.
this is a denied.
Straight denial, yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody on the phone?
No, actually, the institution has submitted a closure letter.
Okay.
They're relinquishing the license, going to do an orderly closure, and have provided a closure plan to the commission staff, so.
Mr. Murray, yeah, and I think what we're missing, though, is the closure document, what their intent is. So
okay.
With that, and if you'll get them to get us that, and I think we have the letter wanting to relinquish the license, but I do need a closeout plan.
Are they already closed out with no students?
No, that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
How many students are there?
I don't know. What do we have? Do you know?
I don't know.
We really don't know.
Like,
But we will find out.
Yeah.
With the plan.
Yeah, we've got a pretty detailed plan with good timeline set up. We've already notified Board of Nursing.
Yeah, I figured they would once they got a hold of you, they'd get everything going.
Yep.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I do have a question though. If they have voluntarily submitted notification to relinquish license, do we still have to vote to deny?
You don't have to, but it is on the
Okay.
agenda.
Got it. Okay.
A motion by Ms. Bradley, do I have a second?
Second.
I had 3 seconds. Second would be Lynn Mulhern and Mr. Williams. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Number 8, Jet Map School of Nursing, Miami Gardens. Is that the right one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't see his little thumb going up. Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Marlene Mia-Damon, the director of the program.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I asked for this school. I'd like to ask the director, have you had testers?
No, we are waiting from the board for one tester, the one that graduated. She graduated, I don't have the exact date, and I submitted everything to Mr. Bowman already regarding graduation date for 1 p.m.
For 1 PN student?
1 PN student, yes.
Has graduated and is testing or has not tested?
Has not tested. We've sent the information to the board, so we're just waiting for a test date.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
So how many active students do you have in your PN program?
For now, we have 32.
You have 2.
32.
Yeah,
32.
32.
32 PNs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, how many total students?
Total students, let me just do the other for you. 32 plus 36 plus 2 plus 4. 74 in total.
Okay. Do you have students in the associate nursing?
Yes, 36.
Okay. And none of them have tested?
Not now. Hopefully by the end of the year, but not now. No, because we don't have any graduated yet.
So all right. You've had no graduates in that program? Is that what you're saying?
Not yet, no, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
For students in Florida.
All right. All right. That's,
Are all your students Florida students?
Yes, for now, yes.
What does for now mean?
Yeah, you asked me if all the students are in Florida. I said yes, sir.
have you had students from other states?
No.
She wants to.
So you're not teaching anything online right now, are you?
The GENET, the general education, as I submitted to Mr. Bowman.
Are they approved for online?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I see it. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Bradley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williams. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Let the record show that Dr. Matos did not vote since she was away from the table. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Maria Vargas University, number 9.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. We're in discussion. Please introduce yourself for the record. Jose Maria Vargas, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hi, this is Lely Ortiz. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I asked for this school. I'd like to ask the gentleman, what accrediting agency are you now pursuing?
Currently, we're pursuing DIAC.
All right, and ACCSC are you still considering ACCSC or not?
We still are, but I'm going to be honest with you, we're more ahead with DIAC.
Okay. Have you actually submitted your application to DIAC?
Yes, we already submitted our initial application in January. It was accepted, and then we had 60 days to submit our self-evaluation report, and we did submit it. On Friday, we just received feedback from DIAC. So there are some items that they want us to resubmit, so we are working on that right now.
Okay. As far as your application with DIAC, were you asked to submit outcomes, meaning retention, graduation, employment information?
Yes, they do. They require that we submit that, but it's not. Yeah, we did submit that, and we submitted our graduation rates. So yeah, we did submit it.
All right, because I'm asking you that because though I don't know for sure, because I haven't looked at the DIAC requirements, I would expect that those are different from ACICS. Do you agree with that?
They are different because they measure them from January 1st to December 31st of each year. That's the only difference I saw.
Okay. Well, what I would like to add as a contingency, that portion of what you just submitted to DIAC that contains your outcomes reporting of your retention, graduation, employment, that you submit that to the commission as a part of this process.
No problem, we can submit it.
Okay. Let's see if there was anything else. Okay, that was all I had, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was number 9. Number 10, Larkin University, Miami. Good afternoon, Larkin University. Can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Hello. Good
Hello.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
A little louder, we need you.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Woody Hetrick. I'm the president and CEO of the university. And first, I want to apologize not being there in person today. We actually were welcoming on campus today in a ceremony the new class, the new students in biomed, in which I had to be present.
Discussion?
Your instructors, we don't have a current list of all of your instructors. Are your instructors, do you have instructors for all your programs right now?
Yes, we do. And you should have the actual faculty roster. We submitted that, and it's up, it's current.
You submitted that when?
With the application for the annual renewal in April.
How about, if you would, resubmit that for us if you don't mind?
Of course we can.
Is there any further discussion?
How many students do you currently have?
We have 175 students, I believe, currently. Let me, I'm not a registrar, right? But it's around 175 students.
We're gonna do an open site too.
Okay.
If I can add something with the staff recommendation and the contingency regarding the license for our pharmacy clinical personnel, we didn't really understand why this was coming up now, because during the last years, there's actually nothing different this year than it was every other year. In the state of Florida, pharmacy licenses always expire September 30th and have to be renewed, in a 2 years periods. So we actually have that situation every second year. And so far, this was never reminded or seen as problematic. It is a standard procedure. I also want to emphasize that actually of our faculty, only 4 do really require a pharmacy license because they have practice sites. All the others, it is only it's a nice credential, an add-on, but it's not required by programmatic accreditation for teaching the courses or for teaching activities. So we were a little bit surprised that we got this contingency, as there's really nothing different from the years before.
They did, yeah, they did. I saw that.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion and a second with the contingency of an on-site visit.
And an updated list of instructors somehow.
Second.
Okay, an updated list of instructors, Nancy Bradley and Dr. Matos. Any further discussion?
Lynn. It's okay.
What?
It was me.
That was you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just for the record, I've returned.
Is there any further discussion?
May I ask what is our current, would be our current status after this meeting?
Excuse me, we're right in the middle of a vote.
Okay, sorry.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Is there anything else?
I would just like to inform the commission that we have a candidacy visit with SACSI COC next Monday. And because last time we were asked to keep you updated about the progress we made in that respect. But I believe this was also communicated to your staff member.
Okay, so noted. He's saying that they're going to apply for, go through the credit.
No, we have the candidacy visit scheduled. They will come on site, the SACS visit. They're not applying, we have the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He was saying they're going to go with SAC COC.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Number 11, we didn't pull. We should. Number 12, Med World Academy, West Palm Beach.
This one is denial.
Full denial.
Good afternoon, Kenny Nguyen, CEO, Medwell Academy.
Hello, Jennifer Williams, Campus Director.
Welcome, ladies.
And Mark Murray, legal counsel. for Med World Academy, and we would like to do some arguments, a presentation before a vote, please.
Okay.
We can do it now, or if you had some questions before, it's up to you all.
Why don't we go with your presentation first, and then we will ask questions. How's
Okay,
that?
great. I'm going to start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Williams. I'm going to provide a real quick timeline because the history is a little complicated with how licensures work in here. MedWorld Academy received their provisional license December of 2018. Staff performed an on-site visit July of 2019, found no issues, gave them the letter, said we have no issues. They applied for annual license, and then in January of 2020 at the January meeting of 2020, they were granted the annual license contingent on a site visit, as is often the case here. They've submitted their application for an annual license renewal recently, and that's why we're here. They have never had the site visit. And we're here now with a staff summary sheet that lists us as provisionally licensed and is recommending denying the annual licensure based on it's a failure to meet standard 4 in Rule 6E 2.004. But the recommendation also is that the school not have their provisional license extended. And it's not detailed in the recommendation, but there is a citation to Florida Statute Section 1005.31 sub 5, which so I'm assuming what's happening here is that the school is being treated as they filed their initial application, they got to approved applicant status, they got their provisional licensure, but it's their initial provisional licensure. They're approved for annual licensure, but it's contingent. The site visit hasn't occurred, and my understanding is that's through no fault of the institution. So the idea being, well, they never really got their annual license, they're still provisionally licensed, and you can't have but one extension of the initial provisional license. You can't have 2 extensions, so you're done. That's what I think is going on, but it's not entirely clear. I'm going to address the denial of the annual license and the reason for that first, but I wanted to bring up that history because I think that ignoring the fact that they've been approved for annual licensure since January 2020 with that contingency, but that the site visit hasn't happened, that the school should either be deemed to have an annual license and we could be returning them to provisional license, or at least that they shouldn't be precluded from having an extension of their provisional licensure. Just from my understanding, again, is that this is through no fault of their own. I think it was COVID related. But that contingency is just sitting out there and hasn't been accomplished, and I just don't want that to work against them and saying, well, we can't give you some sort of an extension. So with respect to the reason why there's a recommendation to deny annual licensure, the staff summary states the failure to demonstrate that the program is organized to provide a sequence which leads to the attaining of competence in the respective area or field of study. And that comes from 6E 2.004 of the Florida Administrative Code Rule, which governs educational programs and curricula. I think using that rule, I can't tell from the recommendation if the rule is being triggered because of low passage rates. I get the idea that it is. If it's because of low passage rates alone, I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It's a very vague rule, and first-time passage rates is not the litmus test for whether your program is organized to provide a sequence that leads to the attaining of competence in your field. Especially, when we're talking about passage rates, we're talking about first-time passage rates, the very first time that these students take the NCLEX. And I've been pointing this out to the Board of Nursing. I think I've pointed it out here. I've taken it up on appeal. I know that Bob Harris has done the same. Passage rates for first-time test takers on the NCLEX do not measure the quality of a nursing education program. It does not also measure the quality of the nurses who graduate from that program. We've got lots of nurses who are licensed and practicing who have taken the test multiple times. Lots of lawyers who are licensed and practicing. I know a couple of judges who did not pass that test the first time. So I think if we're trying to focus on first-time passage rates and a very vague rule and say, well, that's going to demonstrate whether your program is organized to provide a sequence of events that leads to the attainment of competence in the field, I don't think that fits. think you have to look and see, do they have, what is the organization of the program? And what happens to the nurses? Do they take the test multiple times and pass? And I think we're starting to get into the danger of encroaching into the legislative purview. The legislature has specified who gets to look at passage rates. The Board of Nursing does. The Board of Nursing looks at it for 2 years, and if they're bad for 2 years, then the Board of Nursing says, well, we got to babysit you. So we're going to put you on probation, and you're going to have to show up in front of us. It's embarrassing. You got to have a remediation plan, and you got to explain what you're going to do to make it better. And the legislature has said you then get an additional 3 years of being babysat by the Board of Nursing before your program is terminated. So if we're going to apply that rule to say that a school like ours that's only been operating, or that's only got 1.5 years of test scores, and it's not on probation, but it's currently approved with the Board of Nursing, and we're going to not only return them to provisional licensure, no, we're going to terminate the license. They're not going to have a license. They're not going to have a school. They've only got one program at their and that's going to be it. You're done. I think that we're frustrating legislative intent. And the third thing is that we have implemented changes to address, and we provided a copy of what we've implemented to staff. We've implemented changes to address the low passage rates. We didn't have to put in a remediation plan with the Board of Nursing, but we went ahead and started addressing it. Those changes are occurring right now. So students who tested under the old organization, that's not going to be a good measure for you guys as to what's going on now, as to their current the current program and what they're doing to address this. And I've got Ms. Williams here to explain what we've done to make sure that our students are going to be getting good scores from here on out. So even if we look to this as an example of whether you are satisfying the organized to provide a sequence of events, I think you have to consider what we're doing currently with the current students and be thinking into the future, not looking into the past and saying, well, those students under an old organizational scheme, well, that must measure the current situation. It doesn't. So I'm going to turn it over and let her explain what we're doing now.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you guys have any questions right now or if you want me to keep going. No questions? Okay.
How many students do you currently have?
I'm sorry?
How many students do you currently have?
Currently, we have 28.
And where are they? Where are they from? All
So
Florida?
we have 14 that graduate in December and 14 that graduate in January.
Are they all from Florida, or do you have
Yeah,
out
all
of
from
state?
Florida. We do not have any out-of-state students. Okay, so I want to start with one of the first things that she's, and I mean she meaning Candy, the CEO, has changed in the organization is management. One of the things for the structure and the organization of the school, there was a lot of things missing, even just from the start, from the admissions process. The standards are set pretty low, 70% pass rate for the entrance exam, which is the HESI A2. We increased that to 80%. I think that sets the standard pretty high. We do not allow students to take the test more than twice. If they fail the second time, we recommend that the student tries a foundational program first, like an introductory program, for example, a CNA program, PCT at a different school, and they can return and retest if possible, being that we do not have additional programs right now to put them into. So we changed that process in the admissions process. I think that's going to set the standard high, and it allows the student for us to really see the admissions process when we speak to students, interview them, watch the scores. Based on 80%, it's a pretty good measure that they can proceed through the program. We've done early intervention remediation. We've implemented these new strategies. Before, students were kind of just taking the courses, and if they fail, they move on, they can retake the course, or they'll move on until we reoffer that course if it wasn't a prereq. That was a problem, so we changed that as well. Students were taking prereqs more as a co-requisite. We changed that as well, where now we're requiring the prerequisites to be done prior to them going into the core classes. That makes a really big difference as well. So there's a lot of other things, a lot of resources that we have invested. Limpinka, UWorld, Shadow Health, Sentinel U, a lot of resources that we've put in, Max Knowledge for instructors, to help improve not only the experience for the student and the resources for them to be able to utilize and really use, like Limpinka, the remediation portion, If a student fails a course, we give them a code, and that student gets to practice and practice and practice, and we can see the progress of their improvements through that course, through that resource. I'm trying to think if we've done a lot. There's been a lot of changes, including the management, like myself. I just started with Candy probably about a month and a half ago, so we've been making a lot of changes. I am in the process of hiring additional instructors, getting the instructors we currently have to do max knowledge for professional improvement as well. So some of those are some of the changes that we've implemented right now that I know for a fact will make a big difference with the 28 students we currently have. Another issue, a big issue, was that students were testing 6-7 months after they graduate. That's a huge gap when a student waits that long to take an NCLEX. So now we're doing little things to help them as soon as they graduate, within 30 to 60 days to test, so they're not waiting so long to sit for the NCLEX. So NCLEX reviews, boot camps, remediation, resources, all those things are things that we've put in place.
Mr. Chair, may I
Ms. Bradley.
begin? Can I begin? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies. Ms. Wilson, is it?
Williams.
Williams, sorry. I should remember that because Mr. Williams is right here. What is your background?
I've been in education for about 18 years. I've come from compliance, been a director of financial aid, and been a campus president for over 8 years.
Are you a nurse?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
You're not a nurse?
No.
Okay. Nursing compliance is a whole lot different than regular compliance. I'm sure you've seen that.
Absolutely, and I've managed schools that have had nursing schools for a good 12 years now, and I've been proven to be able to churn pass weights around.
Okay. Have you just mentioned your numbers, and I did a quick calculation. If my math is correct, based on what you said about upcoming graduates, the best you could do this year is, I think it was like 43%. That's if everybody passes. You've already done that. So you had, 25% last year, and the best you'll do is 43% this year. Okay. That's commendable that you've implemented all these things, but, it is what it is.
Right, and I do want to focus also on progress. I think that it's to request something to happen overnight. I don't expect us to get to 90%. With the students we currently have. We have ceased enrollment on our own at the moment, meaning we're not enrolling any new students until we get a grip of the ones we currently have. So we wanted to make sure that we do things the right way. We want to continue to do things the right way, which is why to be realistic, I wasn't expecting us to get a 60, 70, 80% pass rates with what we currently have to work with. I can say that progress is occurring, and we have made some progress. I know it's not what obviously we want it to be, but we have implemented, we have taken the steps necessary to get where we have to be, and I'm a firm believer that I know we will see increases in the pass rates.
So do you have a director of nursing?
We do.
And how long has that director been with you?
About 3 years, since the school was approved.
So how is that director taking responsibility for the
Very
raise?
good question, Nancy, and I'm 100% with you on that. And one of the reasons why that person is not here today is because I am physically right now actively working to replace. I do have some really good dons that I've worked with in the past that has helped me churn pass weights around at other schools. And I am currently actively working to replace that candidate because we want to focus on good staffing, and the don is definitely one of those. And accountability is one thing that don is not taking, so.
Is that person watching? Okay.
I can only be honest at this point, ma'am.
All right. I'll let somebody else ask questions.
I have some questions. What schools did you work for before?
I've worked for quite a bit. I've worked for Florida Career College. I've worked for schools in Puerto Rico. I've worked for Intercoast in California, statewide. I've worked for many schools.
How
Mr.
much
Chair.
equipment do you have for nursing?
I'm sorry?
How much equipment do you have for the nursing labs?
Like you want count of beds or?
I mean, do you have $100,000 worth, $200,000 worth, $300,000 worth?
I would probably say close to $200,000 worth of equipment.
Okay. Have you been here all day?
Yes.
Okay. Now I go to your financial statements. And you've been only open, what, 3 years? You have 0 for equipment. You have 0 for depreciation. So why your accountant is not picking that up as part of your financial statements is beyond me. Okay? And plus you said there wasn't an on-site, so we can't substantiate if you have the equipment or not. But that is glaring under GAAP. Okay? I just had a discussion right after lunch with one of the accountants that are here, and you just find that appalling to where an auditor can miss that. And also, if you're going to be a CEO of a company, you want to examine your financial statements extremely, extremely close.
I agree.
When are we expecting your new financial statements?
We've submitted the most recent ones. I'm not sure which ones you're looking at the moment.
August 31st, 2020.
Oh, we've submitted new ones.
Well, if you did, I don't see them.
We have one as of December 31st of 2020.
I see that, please.
Here, I'll take it up.
While they do that, just disclosure, I represent the company as its corporate attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything else in there?
Okay, this one really not much better. Still doesn't show any equipment on it. Also, too, how do you pay your employees? Are they on salary, payroll, or?
We have one full-time that's on salary. The rest of them are, they're like part-time adjunct.
Who do you pay contract labor to?
Contracted labor is like consultants and some of the part-time faculty.
Okay, just make sure you meet the definition of a contract labor.
Absolutely. We discussed it with one of the CPAs here. Thank you.
Because you'll have other issues. You said something interesting as you were doing your presentation. I think it had to do with Lippincott.
Yes.
Right. Do you remember what you said?
Yes.
Want to repeat it?
Absolutely. We're using Lippincott for remediation. We give a student a code if they fail the class, and they continue to take those courses for progress. That's one resource.
Stop right there. Repeated it almost exactly, or exactly. So the student gets the code for Lippincott. I didn't hear you say that you're involved with helping them with the remediation.
Oh, well, not me, but yes, there's an instructor that works with them.
Okay, so it is an instructor guided.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you didn't say that. Okay, meaning that you're just saying here, study,
Oh,
versus here, sit with this person and study.
No, absolutely not.
Okay?
Mhm.
And the issue for the denial is based on the test scores.
26, 14, and 28%. 26%, 14%, 28%.
Okay.
Mr. Cressito, I have a question having to do with the scores. How can we have a placement rate of 88.89%, but yet
I saw that, yeah.
scores that low? That doesn't seem to add up. Is this the CEO, Ms. Nguyen?
Yes.
Here? Since the campus president wasn't here at that time, can you speak to the placement rate and why it's reported as being so high here at 88.89%?
I can also, I'll let her speak as well, but I do want to just, I think a big part of it was the way she was reporting her graduates. So when she reports her graduates, the graduates that actually tested were different from the ones that she considered graduates, and it was more from a finance perspective. The 88% she can speak to regarding how the 88% placement rate, so the students that are working in the field currently. So you want to speak to that? How many students graduated and are placed in the field?
Mr. Castillo, I have two questions, sir.
Okay, let's just take one thing at a time here.
Thank you. Okay, we will have to look into the placement numbers that were reported. I'm sorry.
Figure out how, what formula was used for that, because it just doesn't add up. And you've got 100% retention, and if that's the case, and students are doing that well,
The pass
progressing
rates
in
are-
classes, then
Yeah.
why?
I'll go over those numbers. I don't have an answer for you at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Matos.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I have a quick question. For how long you've been with the school?
We're going on 2 months now.
2 months, congratulations. And where is your office?
I'm at MedWorld in Palm Beach.
In Palm Beach. And do you go to the office? Do you have an office in the location?
Yes.
Actually, I would like her to answer the question, if you don't mind.
4 hours per day,
You work 12-hour days.
7 days a week.
Okay. Do you play any role in the school? Do you teach or do you run a department, something like that?
I'm not teaching.
No. So what do you do when you go to the office?
So we have operation and we talk with the director of nursing, talk with the teacher, and when the student have any concern, I, director of nursing, and the teacher, it's every day it's different. So student concerns, student needs help, and we always have director of nursing, and director of campus talk with the student.
Okay, thank you for that. How often do the two of you meet?
Daily.
You do?
Yes, it's been daily.
Some of the questions, if you're meeting daily, you should be able to recite the answers like with no thought. So that is just a little bit of an observation, okay? In regards to your nursing staff, who takes care of what in your nursing program?
So the director of nursing is the one that kind of manages the program. We have the faculty that is doing the instruction for the students.
How many faculty member do you currently have to come to the building?
That comes with what?
How many faculty members do you have that come to the building to teach?
We have 4 at the moment that come into the building.
And who are they all nurses?
Yes.
And who takes care of your gen ed courses? How are those taught?
They're taught in person, residential, and some of those instructors are the ones teaching the prereqs.
How do you offer your courses? Talk to me about the nursing program. When the students come in, first of all, are you a semester?
It's semester-based.
Semester-based. And who schedules the students to take the classes?
The instructors as well as Candy. I'm starting to get involved in that.
She just told me that she only takes care of the operations, so.
And the instructors.
Who takes care of taking the classes?
The instructors and Ms. Candy, they look at to see if the student has failed and what classes they're going to take next.
So who schedules them to take the classes?
Your instructors? Candy. The instructors schedule the students.
Okay. Do you have a system to keep the history of the students? What student management system do you have?
We're using Excel right now. She doesn't have a system.
Okay. And in order to record grades for the students, do you have a student learning system or a platform?
Candy.
You meet every day.
Excel is the only thing we use, yeah. We were looking into Diamond D, that's who I started to do demos with, but we're right now just strictly Excel. Everything we do is on Excel.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is I understand that the school is trying to make all of the changes, yet what I find very difficult for me to grasp is the instruction of trying to make all of that happen.
They're at their max time for the 2 years.
Yes.
So this would be just pro forma anyway, and then they could come back through the legal process because they have rights.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask for a motion for staff recommendation, and then we can move on.
I think that's a good idea. And I hope that all of my questions really help you, because as you're moving forward, those are really basic questions that if you're meeting every day, you should have handled it before, okay?
Chair will entertain a motion for denial.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second that, sir.
Then I have a second by Dr. Matos. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Counselor?
You'll receive a clerk's order that lists all the reasons for the denial, essentially what was on the recommendation, and if you wish to appeal, the process will be attached.
Understood.
Mr. Murray knows
Yep.
what to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Applications for license by means of accreditation. We have one, Acupuncture and Massage College, Miami.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I can see no point in delay.
I'm calling the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And
Something happens when he puts that ear thing on. It really does.
annual review of license by means of accreditation, items 1 through 7.
Move to consent.
A motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second that.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Mulheron,
I have none.
Dr. Matos,
I don't have any, sir.
Dr. Kitchen,
None.
Ms. Bradley,
None.
Mr. Williams. Chair will entertain a motion for approval of items 1 through 7.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Matos, second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Application for programs, approvals, and modifications. Items 1 through 5.
Move to consent, sir.
A motion by Dr. Matos for consent,
Second.
second by Ms. Bradley. Is there any discussion for consent? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries for consent. Ms. Mulheron?
Let me just double check here. Number 1, number 4 and 5.
So much for consent. Dr. Matos?
I have none.
Dr. Kitchen?
Absolutely none.
Okay, Ms. Bradley?
Done.
Mr. Williams? Okay, Chair will entertain a motion for items 2 and 3.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Dr. Matos, second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Number 1, Visa University, Miami.
Yes, move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron,
I'll second.
second by Dr. Matos. Discussion?
Yes, I just have a couple of quick questions. I don't know if anyone is here from the school or online.
Yeah.
Nobody is online.
Right here.
Is somebody here?
Yep.
I don't think, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. You're coming all the way up. All right.
Good afternoon, I'm Taloki Depu. I'm the Chancellor for the Miami campus, Albizu University.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, I'm Luis Barreto, Director of Finance.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Welcome, thank you. And I pulled this one. Have you offered online for a long time?
We're approved by the CIE for online for all of our programs.
Pre-COVID,
Yes.
not during, okay, and I thought so. Did you just start using Blackboard?
No, we've been using Blackboard for, I think our contract is 7 years with Blackboard.
Okay. The only thing that I noticed that I feel that you need to tighten up is the response time from faculty. It said 48 hours, and I just wondered if maybe they were just beginning to use Blackboard or something. But
No.
it's not a requirement, but it's a strong recommendation to tighten that up, because 48 hours is not enough for working adult students who have families and so forth. They need to get feedback quickly.
Appreciate that.
Then 24 hours would be preferable. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for a bit of information, as of this morning, Blackboard or Anthology merged with Blackboard. Anthology used to be Campus Nexus, Campus Management. Now they're part of Blackboard. So that's as of this morning, they had a press release. That's just an FYI. So.
Thank you.
I need to clip my coupon.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for being here, and thank you for making the
you.
trip up from Miami.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4. School of Nursing and Technology, Miramar.
Compliance officer.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheron,
Second.
second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion?
Yes, sir. I pulled this one, similar reason, the 48-hour time frame for faculty feedback. If you could look at tightening that up, that would be appreciated. And you don't have any asynchronous delivery at all? It's all going to be synchronous
Yes.
for your online delivery?
Yeah, the gen eds are all synchronous. With the AP1 and AP2 are hybrid. There'll be a lecture, and then they'll come on campus. The rest of it's on campus.
Okay. And your Canvas provides the tech support needed 24/7, correct, for a student who has difficulty getting into Canvas for some reason?
Yeah, we have 3 IT people that are full-time. The Dean of Education is also an IT major and an education major. We have a separate technology orientation for these students, and we have 24/7 support.
Okay, good. Okay. For some reason, I didn't think you had the support. I thought you were relying on Canvas for that support, but you do have.
No, we have.
You have both.
We've learned a long time ago. You got to interact with the student. If we tell them to go somewhere else, they get lost.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's good to know that you have both, and thanks for clarifying that. That's all I have.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
You have any nursing graduates?
Pardon me?
You have any nursing graduates that, I didn't see any NCLEX scores.
Yeah, the first cohort tested over the last couple of weeks, we have 100%. There's only 3, so, we have a little bubble. We have 12 more from that group. These 3 tested early because they transferred in credits. The other 12 will probably test within the next 6 weeks or so. That'll be the real test.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up from Miramar. And you had one more, right? Yes.
Yeah, it's the last one, Must.
Must University, Boca Raton.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
I had a
Hello,
motion by
members.
Ms.
Renato Souza, CFO, Must University.
Welcome. That was a motion by Ms. Mulherron,
Yes.
second by Dr. Matos.
I did, yes, sir.
Sorry, I was coughing. Okay, we're in discussion.
Yes, this same thing, 48 to 72 hours is really just not acceptable from my perspective in terms of response time for students that are juggling family, work, and other things. So is that something you feel that you can tighten up to 24 hours?
Certainly we'll make that
response
adjustment.
time? Is it because you have maybe is the student to faculty ratio too large? Is that why faculty are not able to get back to students as quickly, or is it just?
Just we thought that it was like a standard, but we'll
Okay.
push for
Yeah.
less than 48.
Yeah, I think 24 would be, even 48 is really getting out of the question truly for students. So that would help a lot, 24 hours. Although it's not a requirement, these are recommendations.
We appreciate.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I motion for extension of license for 1 year, Paris Air Flight Academy, Vero Beach.
Move to accept.
Second.
A motion by Dr. Matos, second by Nancy Bradley. Discussion?
Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti, and I believe Jay Elder is on the phone.
I didn't realize you could fly.
Not yet. He hasn't thrown me out of the plane yet anyway, we'll
I
see.
tell you, brother, you ain't never gonna have angel wings.
Paris Air, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jay Elder. I'm the Director of Admissions at Paris Air Flight Academy in Vero Beach.
Welcome.
Thank you.
This is a motion for extension of license 1 year. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
I'll
Thank
take
you
the
for
jump
all
seat.
your help.
Thanks, Chris.
You bet. Thank you.
Motion for extension of license. This is St. Matthew's University School of Medicine.
Boy, they've been around a long time.
I'm sorry?
They've been around a long time.
They've been around a while.
Mm-hmm.
Not as long as you and I, but a while.
Yes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Second?
Motion by Ms. Bradley, second by Ms. Mulherron. A comment just popped into my head when you both said that, but I'm not going to repeat it.
Good.
So,
We are getting close to being the oldest in the room. So,
well, put it this way.
Can I?
I'm going to make my comment anyway.
Now, be careful because you were the one that approved this program.
I did, but I have I remember working with Mr. Harris on this school.
In Orlando.
Gosh, I remember I even remember where we actually reviewed the agenda item
I do remember that
in
exactly.
Altamont Springs, Florida. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm very young. I am really very young. Okay.
Back yesteryear, when I first came into the business industry, and I was a youngster, Mr. Ferguson was certainly an elder, and Mr. Harris wasn't too far behind him. And somehow I've caught up to their age, and they're still around here, so
Well,
time goes by extremely fast.
Well, I say, Dr. Kinchin and I, whenever we're in the same room, we have raised the average age and the average IQ.
Amen. Amen.
Mr. Castillo, on a serious note, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Just so that I can understand what we do and how we do it, and for whom do we do it, which is for our wonderful people in the state of Florida. The last paragraph on the letter that we have with us, it actually refers to 2 paid extensions already.
Let me explain.
Yes.
They have 2 other institutions that are in November. We worked with Mr. Bowman on this to try to get all 3 schools onto the November agenda, so they have to come one time. They have 2 other licensed foreign medical schools. That's the only purpose. We actually tried to do this a year ago. We missed a deadline. That was our fault. So Mr. Bowman has fortunately very nicely kept us on task. So now all 3 will be on the November agenda, all the same organization that owns all
So
3.
technically speaking, this is it really is it another extension of license?
Yeah.
It would be, sure,
Yeah.
So
but
does that count as number 3?
yeah, their renewal date will be henceforth and forevermore, hopefully in November 21 rather than,
So 3 is okay. So 3 extensions are okay.
Well, we paid
This
for each
will
one
be
of
the
them.
second.
Yeah.
Okay, so the letter is confusing. So we are on the second extension. Got it.
Yeah.
Just, Mr. Harris, it's just semantics on the letter.
No, I understand.
Okay.
And again, we appreciate Mr. Bowman working with us on this to get this done.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Gosh, and I remember the school for real.
Okay, none. 1 through 10, substantive change approvals.
1 through 9.
That's right, 1 through 9, excuse me. 'Cause we pulled one out.
Move to consent, Mr. Casito, if we may.
I have a consent by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulheren. Discussion for consent. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries for consent.
You can start that way, sir.
Mr. Williams, would you like to pull any?
I just want to talk about number 3.
Number 3. Ms. Bradley?
Yes, sir. I have number 4 and 5. And 7. That's it.
Dr. Kitchens?
None, sir.
Dr. Matos?
Mine has already been pulled.
Ms. Mulheren?
Number 6.
Okay, you threw off my numbering system there. Okay.
8 is okay.
Staff would like any approved?
They got them.
Okay, for approval, we will do 1, 2,
That's it.
and 8,
8,
and 9. Is that
Move to
correct?
accept staff recommendations.
I have a motion by Ms. Mulheren,
Second?
that was you, right?
Yes.
Second by Ms. Bradley. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 1 through 2.
Number 4.
8 through 9.
Number 3.
8, 1
Okay.
done. 2's done. Number 3, American College of Education, Orlando. That's right?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, this is Tom Brower from American College of Education, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Compliance.
This is Tom who?
Brower.
God,
Hi.
that name sounds awful familiar.
His visa didn't work either from Orlando.
Okay. You better not be in Orlando.
Right up the street.
Welcome, Tom.
I actually was in Kissimmee just a little bit ago.
It's not that far from here.
The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second?
second by Ms. Mulherron. We're in discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I pulled this item. Couldn't hear your last name, Thomas, but a lot of movement occurring in this ownership transfer. Looks basically like you brought on 22 new investors. Is that about right?
Well, I'm not sure of the exact number. Basically, what happened was we didn't actually bring on new investors per se by themselves. The majority stockholder of American College of Education and of the parent corp, Mr. Randy Best, decided he was retiring. What he did then was set up a transfer of his stock, recapitalization basically of his majority ownership to existing shareholders. And yes, then there were also some new shareholders that were brought in during that recapitalization. So this wasn't a change of control as in we brought in new investors or a group came to us or there was a sale by American College of Education. It was simply a matter of our majority stockholder transferring his shares to the existing and new stockholders, and that then pursuant to our reach out to HLC and our home state of Indiana, we were advised that because of the number of stock shares, that would be considered technically a change of control. So thus we've entered into the proper procedures, applications, notifications, and such with all of our regulatory bodies, including yourself, the states, and our accreditation bodies, and also with the Chicago office for our EPOC.
So why do we create a new entity?
The new entity is actually the surviving entity. What happened was that basically to make the transfer of stock, there was a special purpose vehicle holding corp, ACE SPV, that was developed. During the transfer of stock then, ACE Holdco became part of ACE SPV, who remained the surviving body, who went through a rename then of ACE PB LLC. So the surviving name is ACE PB LLC.
A Delaware company.
Correct.
Everybody's from Delaware.
All right. Thank you.
If Tom was here, you would recognize him.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
Got pictures all over the post office.
do we have any further discussion? I'm just impressed that he read it off like that.
I know, he did a
I
good
mean,
job.
He must have notes in front of him, because I don't think Tom could handle that just by himself.
I don't know, Bob was whispering in his ear somewhere.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I was there at the Mission Inn.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay.
Okay, number 4, Carleen Health Institute of South Florida, West Palm Beach.
Mr. Murray, there he is.
Hopefully I won't run out.
He's spending so much time with all
Busy
those
lately.
cords over there. I don't know if he's tripping over them or.
I've got a banker's box this time. Briefly, it's Mark Murray. I am here representing the new owners of Carleen Health Institutes, West Palm Beach. I don't represent Carleen, so any Carleen-related questions, I'm not the guy. I've gotten some new information from Mr. Smith and Ms. Parton, where I think we've had, I was just retained on this, and I'm here along with George T. Reeves and Paul Hawks, and we were just retained last month, and we've been trying to get our legs under this and did not expect, we actually thought, we put in a July submission, and we thought that there was probably going to be an RAI on the July submission, and instead we're here. And I think there's just a misunderstanding about which submission we're here for. And I think we probably might be able to work something out. I'd talk to Ms. Parton and Mr. Smith, and if we maybe could push this item towards the end of the agenda or get a continuance, I'd like to explore that.
I don't much see that much is going to change between now and then. Mr. Weatherspoon had been operating, unless there's just something new that you have.
Well, it might be worth just letting us talk just for a little bit, and like I say, if you want to bump us down the road on this meeting and keep us on this meeting, we're here, and we can. If it doesn't look like it's fruitful, then I'll get back up, make my presentation. You guys do your vote.
If you're talking about moving like to November or January or something, that's not going to work. I'm a little shocked that Mr. Weatherspoon didn't show up to kind of explain what it is he's been doing or hadn't been doing.
Is he on the mind? I got an indication that he was going to be calling in. So
I kind of doubt it, but anyway, we've talked to him. This is, quite honestly, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, quite honestly, Mark, because there may be things going on that we just don't need to talk about, or that I can talk about, or that staff can talk about. I mean, the recommendation is for denial of the whole thing. So, I don't know how else to say that.
okay, so it is for both submissions
Yes.
that the staff recommendation
Yes,
is for denial.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right. Well, then that's different. That was sort of the.
And again, and let me say for the benefit of the commissioners here, Mr. Murray's exactly right. I didn't know it was 2 weeks. I thought last week, or maybe I've lost time, but I know you have not been. I know you haven't been dialed into this thing till very recently. So, you're handicapped standing there. But this is one that I think the recommendation is for denial of everything, and then where it goes after this commission meeting is where it goes.
Okay. All right, so I'll just go ahead and proceed real quick. I do have some response to the staff summary sheet, and I'll give you a quick sort of background on where we are on everything. So there's an initial submission because an entity did a stock purchase of Carlene's company.
Now let me say there's something else in the office, but it's not here today. So right now, today, what we're dealing with, Mark, and you can get back with them, is what this commission has in front of them, and what they have in front of them is denial for everything. Now there may be something else coming in.
There is something else.
Okay,
I think that's the confusion.
That's a different day.
Yeah, that makes it tough because the whole presentation I had was based on the fact that these were all combined. Commissioners, let me just give you a real quick history. So you had a stock purchase in October of 2020 of the Carlene Corporation that supposedly owned the West Palm Beach campus. There was so after that purchase, there was a bill of sale put together and an application for a transfer of the ownership was submitted in November. Then within 30 days, there was an effort to get financials, and that was not fruitful. And so staff and representatives of the buyer realized that corporation did not own the Carlene West Palm Beach campus. So then it became a question of, well, what are we going to do to try to remedy this, because we have a seller that doesn't own the school. So after some kind of back and forth, the decision was made, you've got to have the right seller come in and sell the school, and instead of doing a stock purchase, just make it an asset purchase. So they did an asset purchase with the correct seller selling the school and resubmitted an application for a transfer of ownership, and the buyer is a whole new entity, resubmitted an application for transfer of ownership in July of 2021, which is not long ago. And so we're trying to figure out which submission we're here on, and what I'm understanding now is this is just about the November submission and not about that July submission, which is being treated, I think, as a new application.
Yeah, Mark, an asset purchase would be treated as a new school.
Right, so you're treating these as two separate applications, and we thought there was just one application.
What's before us today is what the denial is.
And I think the clarification is that what's before you all today is the November application, the November 2020.
This is the original.
The original application.
We'll deal with coming up.
Okay, so yeah, my whole presentation was they were together, and so I was going to explain, like, well, you said there's no bill of sale that's accurate. I'm like, yeah, there is. We gave it to you in July.
They're not together.
Right, okay. So, I mean, if the notion is we'll keep the status quo of the school and address, obviously, that first transfer of ownership is not going to, they didn't own the school, so I can't stand here and say, well, that was a valid transfer of ownership. And we want to address the other issue. I think that's going to be fine as long as we can maintain the status quo until that time.
Well, what we have here is, and what's before the commissioners is an original application, and it is for denial of both the ownership change and the current license, which is currently the school. If there is an asset purchase, that is a separate application for a new school.
Which was submitted, correct.
Well, that's not on this agenda.
Correct.
So you don't want to talk about that one.
Right, but you can see what position I'm in. I know you are.
Don't
want my owner to not have, okay, well, great, thanks for the victory, and I don't have anything.
I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's sort of my caveat is you know, if we're maintaining status quo.
You've still got coming up later a representation to do.
But it's not today.
But it's not today.
Yeah.
And it should be a new school application for an asset purchase.
And that has been submitted, correct, and that will be coming up. And I just wanted to double check, because I do think my co-counsel was calling in. I want to make sure he's much smarter than me. I want to make sure I didn't miss something.
Doubt it.
Tom Reeves, he knows his stuff.
You taught Bob everything he knows.
Is he on? His name is George Reeves or Tom Reeves.
He is on? Yes. Mr. Reeves, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is George Reeves. I'm an attorney in Madison, Florida. I'm co-counsel with Mr. Murray. My comments, first off, I appreciate Mark's kind words. It's not true, and he, of course, is much better at this than I am. But I think the issue is what happens in the meantime. We were viewing the July submission as an amendment to the original submission. I see that you all are viewing it differently, but the question is what happens in the meantime. We would note that we think staff was also interpreting this as an amendment, seeing as how it was not, no new fee was charged and no request for additional information was timely submitted on the July application. So we think that's perhaps a bit of some confusion. I don't think we object to coming back on the July 2021 application, but the problem is we need to maintain the status quo in the meantime. If the status quo, if it's the intent of the commission that the status quo is not going to be maintained in the meantime, I think our position is no, that the July application was an amendment to the original application and should be considered at this time.
No, it's not. It would not be an amendment. An asset purchase, that's going to require a new school application, and you're really, you're getting rid of this. This will be gone. And you'll have the asset purchase then will be a new school application, and I'm assuming without the name Carlene. Or maybe it has it, I don't know.
And I think perhaps the more important part of what I was saying was what happens in the meantime? Is the status quo maintained? What's the position of the commission?
Well, in the meantime, as opposed to what, the students, or what are you asking about?
the school will stay open under its same.
Yeah, the school, you'll maintain, somebody's got to be training the students.
Well, I think that's the big concern. Yeah. I know you guys don't want them on your doorstep, but
Yeah, and it says, quite clearly, I think, what are we, 10:05:36, it says orderly closure. Orderly closure means train out agreement, or, means training them out. At that same time, there's an asset purchase for a new school app, which will come in.
Which would mean a new license.
correct.
Yeah,
correct.
new license.
Yeah,
Right, and we understand that. You get a new license, there's no
You
transfer of
come
the license.
tomorrow, you're not bolting the doors shut.
Right,
You're
Yeah,
gonna
no.
still stay open and go through the different steps.
right.
And that will give it the time to, with the new license, with the new application.
And all things
And you
will
don't
become
want to
new.
continue with those nursing scores anyway.
But the students would still be there and they're teaching out, but they wouldn't be advertising for new,
No
you wouldn't be
advertising.
enrolling new students.
Yeah, that's,
Advertising,
Yeah.
no.
They
Right.
can't.
Right. Just want to make sure that was clear.
and my understanding is that is not happening, so.
Okay.
Okay, well, I
Okay,
think,
you're good?
yeah, that cleared up a lot of confusion, and it was putting me in a pretty tough spot, and I think we got it.
And you know
got
where
it
the
fixed.
office is, so. I know you know where the office is, so,
Okay, the chairman, the chair will,
I think that we already have a motion on the
a
floor.
motion, no, we don't.
Then, go ahead.
So moved.
And I'll second that.
A motion by Mr. Williams, second by Dr. Matos. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you.
better outcome than you could have thought.
I really hope you weren't practicing that presentation all night.
I practiced it all weekend, and my wife was very upset at me that I took this case on.
Oh, that's what she was doing at the beach.
Just tell her when you get home that you knocked it out of the ballpark. We'll all agree.
All came to an agreement.
Back up for you. Okay, number 5,
Florida Career College.
Florida Career College.
Who's here?
Miami, Boynton Beach, Hialeah, Jacksonville, Lauderdale Lakes, Margate, Orlando, Pembroke Pines,
Whole bunch.
Tampa, West Palm Beach. Yeah, I
Whole
guess.
bunch.
Anybody here?
On the line?
Here?
If you're from Florida Career College, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Angela Paul, and I'm the Executive Director of Compliance for Florida Career College and IEC. I do have my colleagues on the line with me. I'd like to specify their names so that you can take them off of mute as well.
Go
The
ahead.
persons that we have is our Regional Vice President of Operations. His name is Tim Moscato. Our Chief Operating Officer, Shokri Tiabizon. Our Senior Vice President of General Counsel, Aaron Mortensen, is on. And our CFO, Sanjay Sardana, is on as well. And we have Elvia Barbara. She's our regulatory specialist. We're here to answer any questions the commission or staff may have.
If I might, Mr. Chair, first, can you give us an update, please, on the lawsuit, which is one of the things that I had been asking that you keep us updated on? Haven't seen anything come in. If it has, it escaped my attention. So could you update us, please, update the commission on where we are with that lawsuit?
Absolutely, sir. Our General Counsel, Aaron Mortensen, will speak to that. I also wanted to let you know that each quarter we submit to Brady Line an update, a quarterly update on our litigation status. So, Aaron, if you're on, may you provide an update?
I am. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. This is Aaron Mortensen. I'm the General Counsel of IEC at Florida Career College. Wanted to give you a very brief update of the current active litigation. As the committee might be aware, there was a hearing on December 3rd, 2020. That hearing was on a motion to compel arbitration and motion to dismiss portions of that lawsuit. The judge granted part of that motion to dismiss, but allowed plaintiffs an opportunity to amend their pleading. We filed a new motion to compel arbitration and motion to dismiss, and that was in March of 2021. And since that point, we've been following the district court's lead and waiting for the court to release its rulings as it relates to those two pending motions. We had a status conference recently on September 3rd, and that the court told us that it expects a ruling on each of those motions to be forthcoming in the next few weeks.
Is there anything from USDOE currently?
I'm happy to answer that. I'm sorry. We have a few people on the phone. It is my understanding that we do not have anything pending from USDOE related to that.
Okay. Okay, is there any further, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Nancy Bradley,
I'll second.
second by Dr. Matos. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we squeezed in number 6. That was lame.
Yes.
HCI College, West Palm Beach.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Mulheron. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll do that. Second.
Second by Dr. Matos.
He'll like it.
Hello, please introduce yourselves for the record.
Go ahead, ladies first.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arlette Peterson, Vice President of Academic and Regulatory Affairs.
Pedro de Guzman, President and Chief Executive Officer.
Great, thank you. I pulled this one. There were a lot of follow-up items here, and just want to make sure we could get those resolved in a timely manner. But I also wanted to ask about online. If it looked like it was going to be synchronous only. Is that correct? No asynchronous delivery?
Yes, the general education courses will be asynchronous.
Okay. Okay, and, whoops. I was looking at my notes. It looked like there was a box checked for hybrid as well. So you're going to have the on-campus version and the synchronous together.
Yes, the veterinary technician program, we plan on having a portion of it on ground at the campus and a portion of it online, but it will all be synchronous, whatever portion is online.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, no, I think that's fine. Just want to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Bradley.
I'd like to ask a question about your new veterinary technician. I see that you already have a veterinary assisting program. How do those two programs work together?
The vet assisting program is a diploma program. The veterinary technician program is an associate degree program. We have met with our PAC members and discussed the differences between what a vet assisting, someone with a diploma could do versus someone with the vet technician degree.
Is the assistant program completely transferable into the technician program?
No, it is not. They're different course levels.
Okay, so if I graduated from the veterinary assistant program how much of my 35 credits would go towards the 61?
The veterinary assisting program will not, there aren't any courses there that we would transfer over to the associate degree program. There are different levels of courses, and the veterinary technician program is designed for a higher level.
Okay. It would seem that, just on the face of it, that it would be something that if a student wanted to move on, they would be encouraged to move on.
Ms. Bradley, if I may, our plan there is to keep the vet tech program at the higher level. It's going to be a CVTEA accredited program. It's going to require program accreditation for the students to be able to pass licensure. Learning our lessons from our nursing program. We're going to be real careful with that. What we plan to do, the vet tech program is semester-based. The vet assistant is a modular program. We're going to work out giving the students financial credit. We haven't worked that out yet, but that's our plan. We're not going to be able to give them class credit, but we're going to work out being able to give them financial credit or a scholarship if they're a successful graduate of our vet assistant program into our vet tech program.
Nancy, if I can help you, the VA program is almost comparable to kind of like a nursing assistant program, and then the VTP program will be almost comparable to an ASM program. Therefore, they're not really
completely
transferable.
different.
No, and there are some at the state level. There's some qualifications that you can get. Actually, not some endorsements that you can get from the veterinary board, but it's not really the same. And there's a national examination that you take at the technology level. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So your new students, when you receive your new nursing number, is that what's submitted in here, the pass rate?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cristodo, can you repeat that one more time?
The pass rates that are in your packet in front of us today, they reflect your new nursing number, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so 2020, you're at 72%, and then 2021, first quarter, it took a significant dip, and 2021, quarter two, it took another, or it went up from the previous dip, but it's still a dip from 2020. Do you have any feelings going forward for the rest of 2021?
Yes, we do have a correction actually for 2020. There was an error last year with one of our testers, and it turned out that tester passed, and she is now included in our 2020 numbers. So
2020, I don't have a concern with.
But now we're not below the 10%.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah.
But I'm concerned about the dip you're taking. I couldn't do that if I even tried. But for 2021, quarter one, quarter two, you've gone down. You went from 72% to 54%, and then the 60%. Did we learn anything from your first license number?
Yes.
That you're improving on?
Yes, we have. We have modified our curriculum significantly for each course to ensure that our students are mastering the content area. We have learned that actually from quarter one of this year, and we have changed that, hopefully to see a more successful pass rate. We do anticipate quarter three to be higher. We do see a trend increasing for 2021. The reason I brought up the 2020 is we are now, we were in a position where if we had below the 10% this year, we would be placed on probation with FBON. And with us being able to have a 73.8% for 2020, we no longer would be placed on probation after this year if we fall below the 10%, the 10-point mark.
Right, but we're also, as you realize from this meeting, we're looking at all the test scores. and not necessarily falling behind the Florida Board of Nursing. And so I just don't want y'all to repeat what happened previously, again with your new nursing number.
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Cressida, we pointed that out because we do see the 73.6% being improvement. That is on the new number. That was with the new program. We did learn our lessons, with on the front end, managing the front end, the T scores, the background checks, everything's being done on the students before they start school. We've also, 2 years ago we were here. I wasn't here, I was in the audience, but that was a pretty memorable meeting, and HCI got schooled that day. Mr. Williams talked a lot about the budget, and you made it very clear along with Ms. Bradley that we need to run a better program, and we've done that. We see last year's being evidence of that. COVID caught us off guard, honestly. We're having a hard time right now getting the kids spots to test, which is hurting us. We spend over $1 million a year in 2 schools in ATI and Lippincott products. Those are, you know what they are, they're nurse enhancement tools for students and for faculty. That's more than we spend in advertising. We took to heart what the commission said. We communicate regularly with Mr. Ferguson, and we have learned our lessons. We, of course, like everyone else, we want it to show in the results. We're working. We track every one of these kids all the way through by name. She's got 2 binders right here where we track them by name every month, I believe we learned our lessons.
I'm just reading the report, and it just shows a downward trend, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So I know you're already looking at it, but hopefully that number will start going up. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 7. Do both schools, are they under the same number, or they have separate numbers? Okay. I'm assuming that is West Palm Beach I was looking at. Yeah, it was West Palm. Okay, thank you. We're on number 7. International Institute for Health Career Professionals, Boca Raton. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of IIHCP, Dr. Razafikli. Okay.
I had asked for this school, and I was from my notes here. Actually, I think what I was wondering was about the pass rates and how things were going. And also with accreditation. So you're offering the BSN and that's right, ABHES. ABHES, that's what it is. I believe there was some good news from ABHES.
That's correct. They have been given the go-ahead by ABHES. If you recall, a year ago, the situation. Now it's significantly better. They have brought some good people. Audra McKinney, one, very knowledgeable, and other members of their staff.
Right.
Doing a good job. Dr. Razafikli and her staff have put a lot of effort into it. So yes, good news.
Right, that was good news, and I was happy to see that despite some of the issues with the Board of Nursing that were in the history, that ABHES went ahead and, because I think there was a deferral before, and then I know Audra Kinney was involved.
Yes.
Probably it's the one that turned the tide for them. And what I would like, if they have not yet submitted back to CIE what AB has directed, like, we're going to give you a grant with the following conditions.
Right.
Whatever those are, to make sure this commission knows.
I've obviously instructed them to make sure they do that, but I will check that to make sure. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to say. So that's good news.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, it is.
That's all I have.
Motion?
Yes, move to accept with the,
Staff is, we're going to request, if we could, that we get an update in January 22 and in May 22, how they've implemented the strategies for their NCLEX pass rates. We'd like to have a report on that, if we could.
Okay. Mr. Williams, will you include that in your second, please?
It's included.
Thank you. Ms. Bradley, you okay with it?
yes, and the ABHAS.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, Mr. Ferguson, about that? Their PN program, their scores in 2021 were so far 100% on their
Yeah.
PN program.
I think they had one graduate and one pass. Is that what that was? The
Well, that was over,
100% was
there's
one
two
pass?
scores of 100, first quarter, second quarter, so it had to be at least two.
So they had two people pass it.
I do
How
not
many-
know that,
how
but
many
I'm saying
graduates-
two
how many-
quarters would give you at least two.
How many graduates did she have?
I'm not sure, but I will find out, sir.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot more graduates that she has not. Also, while I'm thinking about it, doesn't she own Emiraza?
Yes, sir, she does. It's a sister school, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
But I'll find out about the numbers. But the
Yep.
reason I say that is if you're talking about saying you want something back in or next January and May, is that on the,
Well, she ought to have a better idea of her pass rates by then.
what I'm saying is, are you talking about the RN program or the PN program or both? Because the RN program is the one that's got scores that are a little lower.
Staff says both.
Got it?
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that was the last one of this section, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
N, name change.
No, M,
M, where's M? Where's M?
we have nothing, but you have to put it for record.
For the record, per Dr. Matos, M, nothing. N, name change, NUC University to Miami campus, Pembroke Pines,
It'll be called Nook.
Nook.
Good afternoon.
Last but not least.
He comes to the podium so full of energy.
It's Monday. And there's Monday Night Football, so there's something to look forward to.
That's true.
And
Oh, Lord have mercy.
And that's why schools do so well is.
Yep.
I don't like these Monday meetings. I like the Tuesday, Wednesdays. Okay, so you're changing, the title of your campus now is Pembroke Pines campus, and you want to change it to South Florida?
No, sir, it was Nuke University, Miami, and it was a recommendation of the commission, since it's in Broward County, that South
That's
Florida
right.
would be better, so
Yes. Yes, I remember
we've gone with that recommendation.
I remember that.
They're good sports. They listened.
So,
And if I might, he has been here all day just for this, and we can't get new schools here.
I know. Chair will entertain a motion on Nook.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Matos,
Second.
second by Ms. Mulheron. Discussion, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
And when you start your football team that says Nook University, I want one.
Gotcha. You get the first jersey. Thank you so much.
We need to accept religious colleges sworn affidavits submitted.
We're pulling number 49, if you would, sir.
Full 49. Okay. Motion, please.
So moved.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Williams, second by Dr. Matos. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. P, Agents Training Program.
Thank you, Mr.
None.
Cressito.
And we are in
Recess.
recess.
Are we done?
Woohoo.
Can we go home?
401.
Can we leave now?
The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in. First name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.